So, I was saying that I'll be the co-MC alongside Rhoda, and we're going to start off, first of all, by introducing some of you. What's your name?
Joseph Kimani. Joseph Kimani. From Murang'a.
From Murang'a County. Nani mwingine from Murang'a County ako hapa? Watu wa Murang'a County, eh? Makofi, makofi.
Cohort 11.
Cohort 11, eh? Aya, acha tusikize girl child. Unaona mnanilenga mtaki kuniangalia.
Kuna girl child
hapa. Ndio mnanilenga mtaki kuniangalia. Napenda watu backbenchers. But Rhoda, over to you.
Your name?
Sharon. Sharon Wanjiru.
From which cohort?
11.
Cohort 11. So, wale wa cohort 11, mko wapi? Cohort 11. Ha, kwa nini muinui mkono? Cohort 11, very few. Do you know of Sharon? Did you hear of her in your class? Kumsikia. Do you know Sharon? Sharon simama wakuone. Wave to them. Mmemwona? Yes, so if you don't know Sharon, today, make it an effort to ask her what she does. What's your name?
Frank Njoroge. Frank Njoroge. Nairobi.
Frank amesema anatoka Nairobi County, but county ya nyumbani ni gani?
Murang'a.
Murang'a. So inakaa kama Murang'a mzima tulibeba tukaleta huku. Watu wa Murang'a, mliamua kukuja kama in big numbers, si ndio? Anthony, I can see a lady on this line. Maybe you can tell her.
Mgani. Atai kuniangalia. Hi.
Hi. Priska.
Priska from which cohort?
Cohort 10.
Which county are you from?
Kakamega County.
Yeah, handi papa. Ulipata marks ngapi? CCP. Najua it used to be a secret. Ulipata marks ngapi?
In?
The cloud practitioner exam. Mani siri.
I think it was 800.
Hey, a round of applause to her. Aya, nataka kutafuta wale wenye walikuwa very noisy. You guys asked for an event. You've always been asking, we will do things virtually. Classes virtual. Graduation virtual. But let me talk to one of the noisemakers I used to know. And acha nimpe mic aji introduce. What's your name, sir?
Wadondera. Wadondera is Wadondera. Hiyo ni kuniekelea. Code 9, Kenai 10, Kenai 9. 9. 9, 10, Kenai 9 and 10. I'm Wadondera Collins, cohort 9. I'm from Busia.
Thank you so much. Amekuwa a lot of shyness. Sijui ni kwa nini. He used to be a noisemaker and will never stop calling me when things were not going his way. Nice. Let me introduce someone else. Let me see. My goodness. I want someone who's looking at me, who's confident. Nice. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Nicole Otieno.
Thank you so much. My question is, what is your highlight of today? What are you really looking forward to today? What has brought you here today? There must be something that really convinced you that you need to be here today. So what is it?
I'm looking forward to interacting with the other alumni and also meeting recruiters.
Thank you. Nice. Who have you met so far? Who have you said hi to since you stepped on this ground?
Several people.
One person by their name.
Charles Kinga.
Who an instructor?
Yeah, teacher. Yeah, I've never met him.
Your fellow peer.
Okay, I've not met anyone else yet, but he mentioned that there's someone in our cohort that's here.
Okay, I'll give you an easy pass for now. Sasa, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Say hi. Come on, vile father anasemanga. Look at the person on your right and greet them and say hi. Say hi. My name is so and so. Don't say so and so. Say your real name. My name is so and so. Umevaa kofia yellow usalimie mtu bwana. Aya, let's start again. Hi. My name is so and so. I am from wherever. No, I'm giving you a line. Hebu jaribu kusalimia mwenye kando yako. So are you acquainted with one another now? Tuko salama? Yeah? Kabisa. So, I am excited today because it's really a day that I myself have been yearning to have, a day when we can actually meet up and catch up with you guys, because we've never had this interaction before. So, mtoe hizo sura ngumu zenye mmekauka. I want us to be smiley, I want us to engage, because it's supposed to be a networking session, right? Yes. You know, you also need to network with your fellow peers. I know someone, I don't know whether they are here today, but I know someone who, in our last physical event, walikaa chini wakaongea. There were ladies, by the way, wakaongea, and eventually one thing led to another, and they got an internship as a data analyst somewhere. So that is the beauty of networking. So I'll let Rhoda come in.
Okay, thank you so much, Anthony. Anthony amesema tuache kuweka sura ngumu, si ndio? Si ndio? And it's normally said that people in tech don't have life beyond the screen. Is that true? Is that true? So let us debunk that myth. Sindio? Now, we are all here either as someone who is sitting for their cloud practitioner exam. Some of us are cloud engineers. Some are working as solutions architect na mengineyo, right? Sindio? Or some of us are aspiring to transition to the cloud. So why did you choose to study cloud? Is it for the passion? Is it for growth? Or is it for money? Semeni tu kweli. Why did you decide to study cloud? Is it for the passion? Is it for growth? Or is it for the money?
Wacha nianze na huyu. Amekaa kando. Part of our media team, sorry. Madam, answer this.
As for me, I started as a passion. Oh yeah, so for me, I got into cloud as a passion. I've always been interested in tech. So when I saw like the restart advertisement, I like it was the perfect opportunity for me to get in.
Okay, that is good. What about you?
For me, I transitioned to cloud because at first I've been someone in tech, so I wanted to transition in cloud for growth and passion as well.
Tumepata passion, tumepata growth. Nani anasema mimi pesa ndo ilinisukuma huku? Hakuna kitu ingine. Money was my motivation factor. Unaona salaries za watu wa tech, you're like, this is what I should be doing. I need to live a good life. Who said money was the motivation factor? Hakuna mwenye atakujaji.
Iko.
Haya, tusikize kutoka kwa huyu.
For me, all three, but starting with money, then growth, then passion.
So, yeye ako na order, money, then growth, then passion. So, if money is not there, he doesn't get the motivation. Yes?
So, for me, it's the money. Money brings everything, even the passion comes with the money.
Amesema money brings everything, including the passion. What about you?
I did it for passion.
passion.
Did it for passion. So kama kuna pesa uko sawa. No, so money is motivating the passion. Okay, that is quite interesting. Those of us who have not said, tunajua tu unasema, I need the money. Sindio? See, we all need the money. Who doesn't want to live a good life? All of us love good life. So I want to assume that you are here for a reason. So ensure that the person seated next to you, you know their name and you take their phone number. Are we together? Ask them what they do, because some of the people here are employed with good organizations. Some of them have their own companies that can be able to employ you. So use that opportunity to network and also to get inspiration. Anthony?
Yes, thank you so much. We are almost starting. I just want to engage people even more. I want to engage people before we start, because we are almost about to start. How are you, my brother? Acha kunilenga. How are you? I'm talking to you. Who you? Anakuuliza huyu. Yes, you. Let me come to you. How are you, sir? It is you.
I'm Henry Odhiambo. I'm inquisitive.
He has said that he's very inquisitive, so I'm asking him to ask me something.
What made you to join this cloud?
Mimi ni pesa. Mimi ni pesa. Pesa nilileta huku. So he's asking me what brought me here, or how did I get into this thing. So my story is my story is very different. I started off this journey as mwalimu wa math. Watu wa cohort 11 can agree. They used to call me mwalimu wa math. I started off as a math teacher. You can imagine. Then I found my way into AWS Restart, thanks to the help of Madam Edna. And it was very difficult at first, I'll agree. It was very difficult, but still got around, took a certify. The first cohort was very difficult. Watu wa cohort 1 wako wapi? Watu wa cohort 1. There was someone from cohort 1. It was very difficult. Someone used to ask me a question in cohort 1 and I literally sweat. You see how I'm sweating right now? I used to sweat so much because at that time we were not very good in what we were doing. But it was a learning curve. And why am I giving this story? Because you don't need to be a pro in whatever you are doing. Cindy, how many developers are in the house? Either you are a web developer or a software developer. How many developers do we have around? That is the case, right? Did you get into employment being the best at what you do? You probably were at the brink of deleting an entire production database, right? Statisticians in the house and people who are doing analytics. How many are here? It's a way of you engaging with one another. What analytics wako wapi na data science? I know they're not the same thing, but I think they are. Was it an easy journey? When you got into employment, was it seamless to the extent where people knew what you were doing? At some point, you didn't even know what you were doing, right? But you still got it. Cindy? Yeah, so that's the beauty of tech and the beauty of learning. So I think we can formally start. Just a moment. Okay, so starting in 5, so let Kevin play one of the impact stories, then we can now start. So, I am back. We are only waiting for our stakeholders and partners to come on, then we can start. But in the meantime, I'm looking for 3 spotlights. Right now, before we officially start, I'm looking for someone in cybersecurity, I'm looking for someone in analytics, I'm looking for someone in development, I'm looking for someone in cloud. Give us a day in the life of your industry, a day in the life of what you do before we get started. Is that okay? Aya, nataka kuanza na mtu wa cybersecurity. A day in the life. I used to see somewhere on TikTok a day in the life. Watu wanafika at 10, wanaenda mahali, wanakunywa kachai, wanafika kidogo, wanasalimiana. Kazi inaanza saa 8 mpaka saa 10. But let's hear. Yes, introduce yourself, your field, where you work, and a day in the life of what you do.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Ronnie Otieno. I was in the cohort 10, South Channel, under Thomas Nyororo. And currently, I'm doing cloud pen testing. I'm doing cloud security, specifically cloud pen testing. So a typical day in my life, I'm not employed yet. I started long way back when 2025 began, a platform to teach cloud security and DevSecOps. So what I do daily is I pen test, write reports, and share and hold a lot of meetups and a lot of technical talks online. So that's a typical day in my life.
A round of applause. What have you noticed about our men here? Ladies, what have you noticed about most of the men here, physically? One unique thing you've noticed. What have you noticed about specifically the men? One thing. And airtime is going to be for you. What have you noticed? We do hard things. What have you noticed about the men in this room? Anyone? Especially the ladies. Wanaume tunajua siri. What have you noticed about him and other men? Madam MC kidogo tu.
Thank you. So, nywele.
Exactly. Ukiona mwanaume mwenye amenyoa, please pat him at the back, mwambie, hey, you're very disciplined. You're very disciplined. Men here hatunyoi nywele, si ndio? Why? Ni akili nafanya kazi, si ndio? We are not here for the physical side of things, si ndio? Anyone else who wants to give us their story? Anyone was cybersec? Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. So my name is Maurice Okombo. I'm a cybersecurity analyst at I&M Bank. You'll notice that I'm in nywele. So apart on my back. Yeah. So a typical day in my life as a cybersecurity analyst is yangu siati inaanza from 7 or rather it's always on a shift basis. So you'd go from 8 to 5 or from 2 to 10 p.m. or even from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So the schedules are always interchanged. We work on shifts. Again, as a cybersecurity analyst, what I do is I monitor network environment of our company to ensure that we don't have any vulnerabilities and even malicious events, so that we are safeguarded in terms of the cyberspace. Again, we do pen testing in our applications that we roll out within the bank and even to the client-facing applications. So even businesses that come in needing our services, their APIs have to be tested with our security team. So that's part of what I do. again, we do forensics on people who decided that they want to be, they want to steal from the bank. That is the employees who are not contented with what they have, rather what the banks give them. So in case somebody has been found committing fraud, we do forensics on their machines and use that for legal actions. Again, the reason why I'm here, I started the cohort 12. Anthony was my instructor at the jobs. I wanted to know more about AWS environment because my company uses AWS environment for critical services. So as that, we have some services that are hosted within the AWS environment. So I wanted to learn more about securing the AWS environment for our systems. So the cohort session with cohort 12 was an impactful one. So right now I'm also pursuing the solutions architect with ALX and looking forward to venture more into the security aspect of AWS. Thank you.
Wow, that was very detailed and I love that. But I have a question for watu wa cyber security. Kwani hamfanyangi kazi home? You guys don't work from home? Or you have to be at the site?
Thank you. So we do work on a rolling basis. Maybe you'd work from home for a particular days. Again, it's always maybe 2 or 3 days working from home. Then the other week you'd be working in the office. So it's interchanging.
Thank you so much for your insights. Anyone else from CyberSec before I move on to the next category? Aya. Let's move on to development. Any type of development. Kuna watu wa web development, software development, mabazu wa full stack. Na watu wa SE na full stack, there's a lot of war going on between who is superior. Who is superior? Full stack devs or software engineers? Simuongea jamani. Hapa wewe software engineer jamani. They say everything that a full stack developer can do, a software engineer can do it seamlessly. True or false? Watu wa full stack mnakubali tu kusomewa hivi jamani? Aya, let's hear from anyone in development. You might be also a RPA engineer or anything. Yes.
As I'd said, my name is Priska Shikanda. I am a full stack software engineer at Cooperative Bank. So ideally, my day is we work on site. Most Kenyan banks, people work on site. Yeah. So ideally, my day includes taking requirements from our, I think we call them solution stroke enterprise architects. So enterprise architects are the one who get in touch with the stakeholders, the business people, because we build what the business wants. So we take requirements from them. So if an enterprise architect doesn't know what he's doing, then I will also not know what I'm doing because I am using his solution to build. Yeah, so basically we do what enterprise architects tell us to do. Yeah. In my line of work, I think with the evolution of AI, before it was easy for you to what's the name? It was easy for you to be an expert in either front end or back end. So I am a back end developer, but you realized when I started applying for jobs, companies want full stack because they know we have AI and it's going to probably help you, especially in front end. It really helps a lot. So having to love front end was yeah, but I had to for the sake of career growth and money.
Thank you so much. A hearty clap for her. Yes, yes, yes. Any other person in development, could be site reliability engineer, RPA developer, or to robotics, people who do hard things. Anyone else? Mlino mikono mkiwa wengi. Anyone else in development? Ni vile tu sijui, ningekuwa nishakuja hapo. Anyone?
And we want a lead. We want a lady for gender balance.
Yeah.
Ndio watu wajue inaweza.
Stage fright. Yeah. Okay, kama unajua mtu mpoint, I'll come to them. Probably they are so good at what they do, but hawataki kuongea. You know, in development. Hebu point tena. Point tena. I will fly there. Sawa, acha nikuje. Mpigieni makofi as I come, eh? He doesn't know. Hata ajui kama ni yeye. Actually, hata ajui.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nyerere Nicholas. I am a software engineer, and I can say I'm self-employed, or I'm planning to employ other people as time goes by. So my daily activities, typically, I'm an early riser, so I enjoy the quiet of the morning. That's when I feel like I can do much of the day. So the first activities of the day, it's good to, I believe in planning, so I start my day like checking up on the things that I've not covered for yesterday. I start them as my first priority to clear the backlogs of yesterday. Any challenges? As a self-employed, I put it in quotes because I'm dreaming big. I'm thinking that one of these years, not days is little, one of these years I might be a big-time employer, but one of the challenges that I've faced in my software engineering is the product delivery. In most cases, we are answering questions of trying to solve someone's solution. So whatever I'm coming up, whatever product I'm coming up it should be practical to the user. So that's that's my major challenge, how to deliver my product to a customer and it answers to its need, to his or her needs. Thank you.
Hearty round of applause. Hapana, huyu anafaa mpigie makofi ingine mzito sana. Imagine, just imagine saying that you're going to be a big-time employer, man. That mpeni makofi tena, according to me. The reason why I'm saying so is because we solve other people's problems, right? Why not find problems that we know of and build from there? Sindio? And I usually tell people that my students are my biggest motivation. Can you believe that, actually? When I go anywhere and people ask me what motivates you, I usually tell them my students motivate me. Not because I am better than them. I'm not even better than probably half of you. And it's the beauty of seeing people, the beauty of starting somewhere, the beauty of really building from the ground up. I could tell you that I've seen people who in the Restart program didn't even know how to express themselves. Pale kwa peer to peer. Mnakumbuka peer to peer? Someone can never express themselves, or they could never express themselves initially in front of a crowd. And at times I used to push her. It was actually a female. I used to push her. Her name was Macreen, because she was so vocal in the channel because of building a rapport. But with time, she was still a very shy person. Was a software engineer, alimalizia ALX, and right now as we speak, she's in Royal Media Services as their software engineer. But back in the day, akiwa pale as a student with no job, someone would have really downplayed her role. Sindio? Unaona huyu mtu, by the time afike pale will take a lot. But it's not a mountain, it's barely 2 years ago. Sindio? So I have really liked what he has said. Anyone else in development before turuke kwa the other section? Especially ladies. Ladies in the house. Anyone else in development? Aya. Analytics. Numbers. Data science, data engineering, data analytics. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Anthony. Good morning, everyone. I think I'm probably one of the oldest people here. I can't even remember the cohort that I attended. Anyway, I'm a data scientist. So as a data scientist, one of the major roles that you'll always play is data analysis. Basically, they go hand in hand. So a typical day for me would look like this. I usually start my day at around 11 a.m. Kenyan time. And the reason is I have to synchronize my time with the UK team that I work with. So we have stakeholders who have requirements, and they make their requirements through the business owner, who then comes to me and tells me what they want. So I have to work hand in hand with them. So basically, the typical day looks like this. I'll wake up, I'll go through my emails. Once I go through my emails, I go through my to-do list that is usually outlined at the beginning of the week. One of the to-do lists could be something as simple as producing a dashboard. So in order to produce a dashboard, I have to use various tools to access the data. So I work hand in hand with a data engineer in an organization. So I work for VSO. There's an organization called VSO. So I'll take the data, wrangle it, clean it up, and then produce the dashboards and reports that are required. The other part of my work is to train models. So I use majorly Python language to train models to try and identify some of the potentially good donors for organization. So the models are trained to identify, and then our stakeholders are supposed to reach out to some of these donors and try and engage them so that they can actually fundraise for the organization. Yeah, so generally that's usually my day like, and I have a couple of meetings throughout the day. I work purely remotely, so we don't go to the office. Yeah, so that's how a day of a data scientist looks like.
Makofi jamani, makofi. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Someone else in data science, data analytics, or data engineering? What have I left? After data entry. Sindio, after data even data entry. Don't downplay here. So anyone else? For the ladies in the house, please. For the ladies in the house. No, I'm coming for you. I have to come for you. Because I'll have to go step by step. Okay, any other field that I haven't mentioned? Any other field that I haven't mentioned? Which one have I not mentioned? What tech? IT support. IT support. Databases. Database admin. You guys have seen guests and you've decided we are going mute by force, by fire. Yeah? Nobody else want to say something? Yes, nice. Yes, introduce yourself, your background, where you work, and also a day in the life of what you do.
Hi, my name is Chepto. I work at Weetabix East Africa as IT executive. So, day in the life, usually get to the office by 8. Our company is a manufacturing industry, so it runs 24/7. So we get there by 8. First thing is to check if everything is up. That's the servers, the internet, the printers, yeah, everything, and also to check. Yeah, then from there, once everything is up, breakfast. Then now we handle staff complaints and issues. Mostly they forget their passwords. Kidogo, the printer is not working, things like that. Or maybe the ERP has an issue. Yeah, so that's Yeah, so I mostly deal with the ERP and database, then also communicate with our UK team on the Exchange server if there's an issue. Yeah, and also we handle everything including networking, so Cisco as well for a VPN. Yeah, and maybe now handle from about 11 or afternoon, mostly handle the sales people, the tech sales. They usually come to our company to pitch their products. So yeah, calls with such people. Yeah, then before we close at about 5:30, check if everything is okay for the night shift team. Yeah, and if there is an issue, we handle it remotely. Yeah. I think there is a time that the server was down, and I did not know the issue. I was new to the company. The guy who was there before, he was on leave. I did not know the problem exactly. So the server kept ilikuwa inaenda kijizima. So kila time kijizima, that's the ERP PI work. So that means there was no invoicing, there was no finance work. Yeah, so every hour ilikuwa inashinda kijizima. So nikatumia tu ChatGPT, and I found that the issue was the server license. Yeah, so nikapata hiyo, there's a license, the one that you just use it ran for your day too, I think for a day or two. No, push to like 10 days. I don't remember how many days. Then sasa I ordered, then sasa we purchased a license in like 3 days, so it works. So ilisumbua tu watu like the full day. Nilitoka kwa office 9 p.m., came back the next day at 6 a.m. Yeah, but we finally figured it out.
Be hearty round of applause. So what have you learned from everyone? First thing, we have people here that you can build a network with, right? Right? So don't leave this place without networking with anyone. I'm pretty sure 50% of people who are here already working. How many students are in the house? Students, graduates, are probably unemployed. Please make sure you catch up with everyone here. And the other beauty that I have noted is that people look so reserved. People look so calm. Sindio? But deep down, people are very smart. Deep down, people do hard things, and we are known for doing hard things. Isn't that so? So I'll take this time to appreciate everyone. So let's give all of them a hearty round of applause. We still even have more impact stories in the afternoon, so stick around for the same. So now we can officially start, and I'd want to also welcome my co-MC to also come on board, introduce herself to our guest. Then from there, we'll play an impact story also. I know some of you have seen it, but let's play it for 6 minutes. Then afterwards, we'll now introduce our first guest of the day. So, Rhoda, say hi to your people.
Good morning once again. Good morning. So I hope right now we have already broken the ice, so we are friends, right? My name is Rhoda Ndege. I'll be a co-MC together with Anthony. And the reason why we are here today, we want to see beyond the training, beyond all the certifications that we have, what is there for us in the workforce? Are we able to get opportunities, or are we going to create employment like our brother behind there, right? So we need to open our minds to see what is possible. Not all of us will be employed, but some of us can be employers, to be able to create the employment opportunities for those of us who have certified and have the skills. Are we together? And I'd want us to give a round of applause to our MD, who is also here with us. Then we clap. I've said we give a round of applause. We also have Lucas, who is also here with us. We can clap for him. We also have women in panel discussion. Some of the ladies are here. Some are still coming, but we appreciate all of them. So let us clap for them. Then we have recruiters who are going to tell us, ile swali ya, how much is your salary expectation? How should you answer it? Or you tell him, what is your budget? Then you talk from the budget backwards. Yes, so we also have recruiters on board. So have your questions ready. If you're someone who is new to tech, how does your CV look like? How should you make it beautiful to represent you before you appear in the interview panel? So we can also clap for our recruiters who have joined us today. So to kick us off this morning, we are at QUARE, Catholic University of East Africa. How many have been here before? Those of us from Thika Road. Have you been to Rongai? Have we been to Rongai? Because some of you are calling me, where is Rongai? Which matatu do we use? Where do we get them? So those from Thika Road, we are in Rongai. Sawa. Those of us from Mombasa Road, we are in? We are in? And we are at Catholic University of East Africa, one of the best universities, not only in Kenya, across the globe. And it is a privilege and an honor for them to have hosted us here today. So this one, clap like it belongs to them. Clap with your whole heart, saying thank you to Catholic University for hosting us and for having us here today. Can we clap? Thank you so much. So to represent the university and to also give us an opening remark from the university, we are going to welcome Sister Rose. And as she comes, we clap until she settles. Right? Yes, we clap for her.
God is good, and all the time. Praise the Lord. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you today? Yeah, so mine is a very simple task to welcome all of you to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Like you have heard, my name is Sister Rose. I work in the Office of Careers. So, like somebody said, the lady who has introduced me, actually, we are the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And we are very proud to host you. And above all, appreciate the role Ajira has played in our university, in the sense that every year, about 300 students are trained for Ajira. And I would attest, I'm happy most of them have become job creators. So already they are solving a very big problem in the society. And the second thing I see, they are not only working in Kenya. In fact, I have a number of them, and I think some of them are known to you, who really earn more than the lecturers. So clap for yourselves. And when I look at you, I really appreciate what God can do in the life of each one of us, changing our own lives and changing the life of people in our society. So feel welcome. We are happy also to have this day together with you, because I believe that you being here is a blessing to us. So welcome. And in case of anything that you might need, we are here with a group of also students. You can talk to them and you'll be assisted. Welcome. God bless you. And I believe this day is going to be a great success. Thank you.
We can do better than that. We can do better than that. Yes, so we have appreciated the Catholic University of East Africa for giving us a space, being that we are a community of tech enthusiasts, a community of cloud professionals, a community of tech professionals. I think we really need to appreciate her, because Catholic University is also a community, and communities are there to offer a helping hand. So right now I'll give Kevin a chance to play some impact stories. Then from there, we can proceed.
Kenya as a country, currently we have so many youth who are graduating but don't have very specialized technical skills. AWS Restart program at its launch was basically to try and bridge the gap between the digital skills of the Kenyan youth that international companies are looking for.
So for Ajira digital program, I came to realize about it in 2021 when I enrolled to be part of the program. And I can say for sure that the certificates helped me in some way to get an opportunity as an intern at Safaricom back then.
I had really wanted to do some AWS course, but then when I could look at doing the exam certification, it used to be so expensive. Like I could see $150. That could be around 20,000. Yes, but by then I could not afford. But then when I realized that I could do it at a free, Ajira program, I never hesitated. I applied, and fortunately enough, I got picked.
With the help of my trainers at the time, I got their guidances as well as mentorships. And then also with my co-learners, I did get the opportunity to advance my interpersonal skills and also some of the soft skills such as communication, teamwork, collaboration, all these which are very essential in my current position as a DevOps engineer.
An example of a process that contributes directly to a positive learning environment for the student. One is trainer qualification and preparedness. 2 is recruitment. 3 is a strict adherence to the AWS official curriculum. We conduct a thorough onboarding before the launch of the program. 1 is to introduce them to the curriculum. 2nd is to familiarize them with all the tools that they are going to use. And also to learners who join the program and they don't have prior tech background, they are supported in that we form channels and we have a dedicated trainer who's going to pay extra attention to any learner who does not have a tech background.
The skills I gained from Ajira AWS Restart program quite surely helped me in getting this opportunity. I'm an online worker, and basically what I do is I'm a site reliability engineer and as well a software developer. So with all this, I do it at the comfort, working from home. Yes, and basically what we do together with my team is managing servers for customers. So in a month, I earn salary in a range of $600 to $1,000. Yes, and with this money, I'm able to pay bills. I'm able to treat myself. I'm able to save. I'm also giving support back home to my siblings and my family wherever possible, wherever needs comes in.
From Ajira AWS Restart program, I was able to be certified as a cloud practitioner. So the knowledge that I gained from Ajira actually assisted me a lot. And because I'm a business person, I decided why not use the skills that I got to start my own company. So that's when Kela was born. It stands for Kenyans Living Abroad Assistance Services. Kela has had an impact economically. As a single mother, I'm in a position to give my kids the kind of life they want. I pay for their school fees, I ensure they are well fed, and I also support my family in a way. And for my team, there's a big change from how they started to where they are.
This opportunity has transformed my life significantly. I'm able to cater for my bills, such as paying for my rent, dressing, food. I'm able to pay for a vacation if I want to. Can also pursue a higher education in the future perhaps. It's been really helpful in getting that independence as a young woman.
AWS community, what we do is we normally host monthly meetups, and the main idea of the meeting is just to learn and upskill on the key areas around technology. So it is free of charge. You don't need to pay anything for you to be one. And we normally have speakers just to come to talk to our members and also to share their journey so that our members can understand what it takes for them to get the jobs that they want.
Both Ajira digital program and AWS Restart, they are very intentional when it comes to inclusion of women and persons living with a disability in the program. And because of this, we already have a women-only cohort that is running with the purpose of empowering women. Before the recruitment of any cohort, we ensure that we conduct women-only webinars so that we can create awareness of the program. With this, they're able to know what the program is about, how they can benefit, and the roles that are available for women in cloud computing.
For young women who are in tech and those who are aspiring to join tech field, so this is a call to you to join a tech community. And if you're feeling that you don't know where to start, you can join our AWS user group community. On LinkedIn, it is AWS user group community, as well as on X.
Polishing. Let's polish our clubs, because I want to introduce one of, actually I need to read it out. I really need to read it out. We have our MD, our Managing Director, Mr. Ken, who was recognized as one of the top 25 men in digital spaces, an award that was, yes. Yes, given the award of recognized as one of the top 25 men in digital spaces and in driving innovation and transformation in the digital sector. And this is proof and testament that indeed he's a leader in tech and in digital innovation. So without much further ado, I'm going to welcome Mr. Ken. Let's give another round of applause.
Thank you, Anthony. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you to the co-MCs. Thank you to Sister Rose for the very warm welcome from the entire fraternity, faculty, and friends here at Catholic University. We are honored to be here amongst you. Distinguished guests, our friends, partners, Lucas, who has flown all the way from Germany, and it's his first time in Kenya and in sub-Saharan Africa. I know there are some of you who just walked 10 minutes, others flew by plane to be here, but we're all happy to be here today. Lucas is from the AWS Restart program, and is here also to emphasize how important this is to them in terms of both employment, skills development, the whole AWS as a whole. So we're very grateful for that. Oh, okay, sure. Am I more audible now? Sorry, I won't repeat everything I just said, but I was just saying that we're very grateful to have Lucas. I see our reliable partners, to all of you, our distinguished guests, my colleagues, our partners from the Government of Kenya, the MasterCard Foundation, KEPSA, alumni, our esteemed alumni, people who are about to get jobs. Good morning. I hope you've woken up with the same sense of excitement as I have today for many different reasons. And I liked what we were talking about earlier, which is a day in the life of, I guess, a developer, a software person, a computer scientist, a data scientist, an AWS cloud engineer. What I was waiting to hear is I start my day with 2 Red Bulls, and then I take it from there. Because we know the life of techies is sometimes hard. When the tech is not always teching and things aren't working exactly as you had hoped, how do you start your day? I hope because we're in Catholic University, the other way that you start your day is with prayer and with logging into ChatGPT to understand how do I solve problems today. It's an honor to be here. I have some prepared remarks, But let me also just say, as we started the day, and as I looked around and I saw Eric from Silicon Overdrive, who's the country director, we're so grateful that you're here, Nelly from Data Alma, and many of the other partners and supporters of this program. We couldn't, as Immobilis, do this on our own. So we're so grateful that you have shown a vote of confidence, not only in coming to support today, but in having hired from the different cohorts of alumnus that we've trained as Immobilis over the last about 4 years. Let me give you a bit of background on the program and why this is so exciting for us. What was also exciting, by the way, just so that I don't forget to mention it, is, and I hope you'll have a chance to meet them as you come in, is I met Brian. Brian, are you here, or is he still outside? So Brian was telling me and Lucas about how he undertook the certification, he got his certificate, he got an internship at a flower farm in Naivasha. While he was working at that flower farm, he tried to understand how he can use his skills in cloud to create a system, which he has created. And the first customer is that flower farm, and it's to help farmers in agriculture to detect diseases, to understand the weather, to be able to use a chatbot and intelligence to do many things that would be very supportive for farmers. He has now since moved. He's working at Equity Bank, and is still using his cloud skills. For me, that was super exciting. And one of the things we just talked about with Lucas is you should know that when we do this, it's both for you to get the skills to form a startup as well as to get employment, to be an innovator and a problem solver in this country across sectors. So the power of the skill that you have is phenomenal, because if you decide to support farmers in this country, and that is about 60% of Kenya's GDP, using your tech skills, then we can move this country forward with your ideas, your energy, and your skill. If you decide, as the other two young ladies that we met as we were coming in, Joy, who started something called NAMI, they've innovated this pendant that is an emergency contact notification. So it's in the form of a pendant with microprocessors. It's using AWS. And what happens is if you are attacked as a young child, especially because you don't have a phone, you can press a button on this pendant, and it sends to your emergency responders and to the government an emergency response. I asked them what motivated them, and it was the fact that in Rift Valley, there was young kids being abducted, young girls, being abducted to become sex slaves and for other illicit purposes. So this is what motivated them. So when I say you have the power to create, to solve problems, it's true and it's happening. And we're so excited that you can bring that here today, showcase that to employers, and even as you have those fun discussions of, I know for us, I remember some of my first jobs in banking, and when I lived in Canada, and that question of salary expectation. I hope you're prepared and you've been rehearsing in front of the mirror. And that question of that we all love, which is, what are your weaknesses? And I hope your weakness is not, I work too hard. I love to work on Saturdays and on Sundays as well. So I overwork. I'm just an overworker and an overachiever. That's my weakness. So I hope that won't be your response. So for us, the reason why this is an exciting day as Immobilis, and just to give you a bit of background on Immobilis, we're a 15-year-old technology training institution and innovation hub. We offer courses ranging from data science to cybersecurity to full-stack software development. We've recently launched this year an AI for software developers course. We've won several awards from Google for the Digital Skills for Africa as the best partner in Kenya. We've been a partner of the Presidential Digital Talent Program for several years. We've won awards there as the best private sector partners. We've won several awards. But what gives us a lot of joy and fulfillment in our work is when we see young people get employed or start companies or create innovative solutions that help bridge the digital divide, that help prepare young people for the future of work, and that help solve for the 40% unemployment crisis in our country. In the 15 years we've been registered as a TVET, we've had the privilege to work with, as I mentioned, Google on the Digital Skills for Africa program, Microsoft on boot camps on mobile software development. We've worked with the World Bank to set up a regional mobile laboratory. But one of the most interesting projects that we've ever done, and this is year 6 of implementing it, is the Ajira digital program. The basic hypothesis behind the program, which is an initiative of the government of Kenya through the Ministry of ICT, was how can we help young people take advantage in an era where software has taken over the world and the opportunities are not just local, but through freelancing platforms, through remote work. How can we give young people the skill that they need for free to be able to take advantage of those opportunities, to put Kenya on the map, to make Kenya a choice labor destination globally, to make Kenya one of the top freelancing countries in the world, where Americans, Japanese, Germans, whoever comes to seek us out because they know we're the best transcribers or virtual assistants or cloud engineers or digital marketers, right? So that was the general concept around Ajira. It's graciously funded through the MasterCard Foundation. They sent their greetings. They couldn't be here today. We are co-implementers as Immobilis with KEPSA, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, because this program is designed not to be just a skilling program, but a supply and demand program, so that KEPSA members can also feed back into what curriculum should be developed, what are the needs of their members from a hiring perspective, and then the ability for us to do events like this. This program, Ajira, has enabled us as Immobilis to do a lot of incredible things. To date, we've trained over 475,000 young people. We have managed 101 centers in 37 counties, including Turkana and West Pokot. We have hired 67 trainers, including 14 who have made this day possible, because those 14 are specifically Cloud Solutions Architect certified, and they're the ones who are able to offer you the training for cloud practitioner. We have revamped the curriculum. We have launched 125 Ajira clubs. As Sister Rose mentioned earlier, of course, Catholic University is one of those clubs. 300 have been trained through this and are hopefully starting to earn a dignified and fulfilling income on platforms, through remote work, and through those skills that they have acquired. Ajira has also allowed us to launch the AWS program and be able to fund it, everything from the mobilization to the vouchers, which are graciously given by AWS Restart, represented here, as I mentioned, by Lucas, for you to attempt the exam. We started this in May 2021. That was added. That was not in the original design of the Ajira program. And how it came about was the wisdom and the foresight of the Ministry of ICT and the government, saying they saw a cloud practitioner program being run in Ghana. And they said to AWS Restart, you know what? We have very bright young Kenyans who are able to take this program, and we can do much bigger numbers than the 25 or 50 that they were doing. So AWS Restart said, we're willing to consider, but do you have qualified trainers? Do you have the environment and the setup for the teach-ops? And how can we make sure you will adhere to the quality of standard that we expect to get? And also, because it's a 12-week advanced program, there are prerequisites before you can enter the program. So we started that discussion. We did a training of trainers with them. And that was now in around May 2021. We're now on cohort 13. What's exciting is that in that entire period, we've trained 2,138 young people. I think that deserves a round of applause. It's been through a collaboration, but what it's made possible and why it's not just about the numbers. For us, it's about, like you heard, how do we leave no person with disability behind? So we've been particularly keen to how many PWDs and how we make it easier for PWDs to partake in the program. How do we ensure that young women in particular are also not left behind? Because in the software and tech industry, you'll find there's very few young women who sometimes benefit and participate in the digital economy. And then how do we ensure quality? If you're doing a program at scale, how do you make sure that the outcomes are useful? Do you know of that 2,138 that we have skilled, since May of 2021, 90% have received their AWS Cloud Practitioner Certificate. So that, I think, is also worth applauding, because, and that's a testament to all of you here and to all our students, that when you commit to this, you take it seriously. That means the completion rate has to be high. That means you can't skip classes. That means even when it's frustrating and it's tough, you stick through it. But that also means that you have to yourself, through your own motivation and initiative, as a young person taking the program, then decide to attempt the exam. You get the free voucher, which is worth about $220, by the way. So it's not small money that we're talking about here in terms of the support provided by this program. And so 90% is what the certification rate is. In addition to that, our statistics are showing that about 60% of those who've undertaken the program have gotten into work. Now, that might be work in tech, it might be work in cloud, it might be work in tech sales, but in some way, shape, or form influenced by the skill that you acquired. So we're very excited about those sort of statistics, and we know, therefore, that the program works, and that if we continue with the partnership with AWS Restart and are able to scale this out, and with the support of the Mastercard Foundation, we can do much more and continue to get feedback from employers on where we need to strengthen the program. And that's why we're doing things like this. We've sponsored an AWS Community Day. A few months ago, there was a hackathon. Our team, some of you who are here, maybe participated in that. So we will continue to try and do more of those for innovation and to support interesting ideas that you guys have. But in addition, the career days are very important. We put our money where our mouth is. We're supporting this as Immobilis because we believe that we need to showcase the talent, you guys, that you have here today, the skills that you've acquired and that you're capable. And we also want you to get into employment. Not just so that you can support KRA, who are going to be looking for you eagerly after today, maybe, hopefully. That's the prayer. But also so that you can actualize what you learned and put into practice what you learned, because there's a component that will come through on the job training. So let me get into my prepared remarks. Sorry, that was a long way of saying I'm excited to be here. So yeah, again, welcome to the Ajira AWS Restart Career Fair. Our theme for today, Beyond Training to Cloud Workforce, is more than just a tagline. It is the core of our mission. It speaks to the belief that true success lies not just in acquiring a certification, but in the seamless transition from the classroom to a thriving career in the cloud industry. We are here to celebrate that vital link, the journey from being a learner to becoming a professional, mentored and connected to the industry. And there is no better example of this than the story of Adeline Makoha, who you saw sort of on the video. Adeline, a graduate in telecommunications and IT, was seeking a way to apply her skills in a rapidly growing field. She took a chance and enrolled in the very first cohort of the Ajira AWS Restart program in May 2021. Her dedication and the skills she gained from the program's rigorous 12-week curriculum quickly paid off. She secured her first role as an intern at Safaricom, a testament to the direct link between our training and real-world employment. Her journey didn't stop there. With the skills and confidence she gained, Adeline went on to achieve global recognition, being named the first AWS community builder in Kenya, and I urge you all to join the community. The first AWS hero in East Africa. Yeah, you can give a clap for that. The second female AWS hero in Africa, and one of only 260 heroes worldwide. Adeline is here, I believe. Yeah, you can give a round of applause for that. Or she will be coming at some point. So maybe she's not here yet, but she will be coming at some point. But that's a testament to what's possible and to how our confidence in young people, in all of you, is not misplaced. Her journey didn't stop there. With the skills and confidence she gained, the AWS Kenya community that she leads now has 2,138 members, supported by 2 colleagues, proving the powerful ripple effect of a single determined individual Adeline's story is a powerful example of why we are here today. The urgent need for tech talent. AWS, as most of you will know, is a $1 trillion company and is the largest cloud services provider. Many of the employers here, recruiters here, understand and are cloud and are AWS certified partners. And so they understand this firsthand. They understand that this is a growing industry, that the demand for your skill is high. The question is, are you certified? Did you complete the program? Do you then do more and go above and beyond? Did you get the mentorship that you need to be employable and ready to uptake these opportunities? So Nairobi, Kenya is at the forefront of a major shift in the global tech landscape. While the country's Silicon Savannah status is a point of pride, with the tech sector contributing significantly to the national GDP, this rapid expansion has created a pressing need for more skilled professionals. A recent Manpower Group report highlights a critical global shortage of IT professionals, a gap that is particularly acute in Kenya. For example, the cybersecurity field alone needs 40,000 to 50,000 experts. Yet the country has only around 2,000, according to sources like The Star and Citizen Digital. These figures underscore the urgent need to cultivate a new generation of tech talent to meet the rocketing demand. It was out of this necessity that the Ajira AWS Restart program was born, recognizing the success of similar initiatives in Ghana and Nigeria. The Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy introduced this program, with Immobilis running it in May 2021. Since its inception, as I had mentioned, we have had extraordinary impact with having trained over 2,000 learners. As I mentioned, this is cohort 13, equipping them with vital skills, mentorship, and the industry linkages you need to thrive. Our learners go through an intensive 12-week hands-on program. Actually, can I ask the trainers just to stand for a minute, those who are in the room, so that we can recognize and applaud them? So any AWS Immobilis trainer that's in the room. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work and everything that you do to make sure that we have a 90% certification rate. And what I can tell you as well is, as Immobilis, we invest in all our trainers to get the Cloud Solutions Architect certification so that they know their stuff. And what they're teaching you, they have a level of certification that's above that. The program dives into critical areas such as cloud computing, Linux, networking, Python, databases, and security, all complemented by essential software skills, essential soft skills. So I talked about the success of the program in terms of the completion rate, 80%, certification rate is 90%, 60% have gotten into employment in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, and literally, it's just to close by saying, and I would like you to look at the person next to you and say, today is my day. And you're looking at an upcoming tech rock star. And I hope you're saying it like you mean it, because because our hope and our prayer for you today is that not just through the employers who are here today. By the way, this event is being live streamed, so it's not just everyone who's in this room. It's the many alumni who couldn't come today. It's other potential employers, not just in Kenya, but globally, who access this and who get to understand the talent, and through even the women's only panel that we'll have today, what some of the challenges, the opportunities are. So again, just in closing, we're so grateful for all of you for having come today, for having undertaken the program, to our partners, to my colleagues, to the MasterCard Foundation for supporting this, to the government of Kenya for believing in young people, to my Immobilis colleagues, to Lucas for coming all the way from AWS Restart, and lastly, of course, to our recruiters and our partners, without whom this would not be possible. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. All the best in the job hunting out there, and we wish you all the best. Thank you. Okay. I also have another assignment before I leave, and that is to introduce Lucas officially, who is our keynote speaker for today. Lucas is a senior program manager, Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa for AWS Restart. We had a wonderful conversation yesterday about what more we can do, and we really appreciate, Lucas, not only the fact that you've flown all the way from Germany, but that you were able to come and give advice for your unwavering support since you took over, making sure that the quality, the attendance, and all the support that we need with the vouchers is possible. And now this next level of where we're taking it is on the career side of things and the linking to AWS partners and so on. We're really looking forward to continuing the engagement and support. So please welcome Lucas.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So good to see you. Thank you very much, Ken, for the nice introduction. Thank you for having me here today. It's really a pleasure to be with you here and meet all of you, to be in the same room with you. I'm so grateful to be here and to have the opportunity to attend this career fair today. Thank you, Immobilis, for inviting me here to your facilities, to your office yesterday, for the wonderful conversation we've had yesterday, for the Fireside chat, and also to this career fair today. It's really a pleasure to be here. And as Ken mentioned, it's also my very first time here in Kenya and also in Sub-Saharan Africa. So very excited to be here to meet all of you, to listen and learn from you. I also want to listen and learn because, as Ken just mentioned, I'm with AWS Restart for 4 years now, and I started managing the program in Europe, and I just took over Sub-Saharan Africa to manage that region. And I'm still learning and listening a lot, trying to familiarize myself with ways of working, how you guys operate, what your challenges are. So I'm really keen also to meet you afterwards, engage with you, network with you, and listen to you. I'm really excited about that. And part of my work, of course, is also to work with lots of training organizations, governmental institutions, employers, AWS customers and partners. But for me, one of the best parts of my job is really to come into one room and meet actual learners, meet students who are going through AWS Restart and who really have started their cloud journey. Yeah? So that's really one of the most inspirational parts for me, and I'm really grateful that I can do that today. Before I continue with my keynote, I know, Anthony, you earlier did some audience engagement, but I wasn't there yet, so apologies for that. But I really want to understand a bit more about you. So could you please raise your hands if you are currently going through the AWS Restart program? Anyone going through Restart right now? One, okay. Is anyone planning to attend or to apply for Restart? Are you like in preparation mode and looking to potentially apply for Restart? Okay. Some hands, okay, thank you. Who has maybe completed already the Restart program? Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, there you go, lots of hands. And who's currently in a job already? Okay, also a few hands, okay, thank you. And last question, who of you has at least one AWS certification already? Okay, wow, so you're also quite familiar with the certification game. Thank you very much for raising your hands and your openness. So we already said a lot about Restart, and I guess most of you are quite familiar with the program. But since we have also lots of AWS customers and partners, whom I welcome as well today here in the room. I just wanted to level set what Restart is, what our mission is, and also say a few words on the program as well. So as you know, AWS Restart's mission is really to help people from all walks of life build the foundational skills they need in order to launch a career in tech or in the cloud. Or to boil it down even further, we really want people in jobs. So that's really our mission, what we're aiming for. And Restart is really a global program. We're active in more than 70 countries globally. We're live with Restart since 2017, and we're active in Sub-Saharan Africa and in Kenya since 2021. And we've really tapped into a lot of talent who come from all walks of life, people who are unemployed, underemployed. A lot of cohorts are filled with people with a migrant or refugee background. We also place strong importance on inclusion, in particular women, which we already heard about also in the video. So that's really what Restart's mission is. But Restart is not only a program of learner success, it's also a program of employer impact, because over the years, AWS customers and partners could tap into a recurring, consistent talent pipeline of learners who are eager to contribute and to learn in the cloud. So it's really also from that perspective a lot of impact that we've achieved. And recently we released an announcement that published that since inception of the Restart program, we managed to place over 20,000 people worldwide. So we're really happy about that number. My main message for you today is AWS Restart is not the finish line. It's rather a launch pad for you, a starting point for a much bigger journey to come. And in the next minutes, I would like to share a few ideas and resources and insights what you can tap into that hopefully helps you grow, open doors, and sets you up for success. First of all, I strongly recommend that you continue your learning journey. So in Restart, you learn a lot of different things, foundational skills on the cloud, but also interpersonal skills, employability skills. But after that, you can still continue your learning journey. First of all, if you've attended the Restart program, all of you are receiving an invite to the so-called postgrad resources, which idea is basically that you keep knowledge warm that you've acquired throughout the Restart program. So you can still dive deep on AWS cloud topics. You're exposed to AWS labs. You can attend virtual webinars with AWS subject matter experts. Lots of content and resources you can tap into in the postgraduate resources to keep your knowledge and skills warm while you're hunting for your job. Then there's also AWS Educate. AWS Educate is a free online learning platform with hundreds of hours of online training. It's self-paced and free. You can also access labs, and you can also earn micro badges. Then there's AWS Skill Builder, which is our main training platform. And Skill Builder offers also 600 plus hours of training, especially designed for particular roles, such as solutions architect, data analytics, cloud support. So if you want to become someone in such a role, AWS Skill Builder has dedicated learning paths that help achieve that. Within Skill Builder, there's also AWS Jam. AWS Jam is basically an offering where you can access a gamified learning experience, where you can learn the cloud in a more playful, gamified way, which I guess you agree is always something more fun and engaging. And I strongly recommend that you also check this out. I also want to talk about certifications, and as I've just seen, many of you have already certified, so I suppose many of you are quite familiar with certifications, but still I would like to share a few ideas on that. And you know, industry certifications, to take a step back, have become more popular over the last years. Yeah, we've seen that more and more. And the idea of a certification basically is that it demonstrates that you have acquired a specific set of knowledge and skills needed to fulfill a job. But what we've seen, of course, in the last years and even decades is that the pace of innovation and the way technology is evolving has increasingly accelerated. Yeah? And that has led to universities and traditional education providers not being able to keep up with that speed. So smaller companies, smaller startups, edtech startups, and also bigger tech players like Amazon Web Services and others have jumped in and started offering industry certifications. And especially in the IT field, these have become more and more popular. We recently saw a study where we asked AWS IT managers on the significance on AWS training and certification. And what they said was, for one, 97% of IT managers said that AWS training and certification leads to a competitive advantage. And also, more importantly, for our day here today, 93% of IT managers said it plays an important role throughout the interview process. Yeah, so, and I guess it's probably also quite obvious, but it really is positive signaling on both ends. Yeah, for the student, once you've acquired a certification, and probably you can tell that also based on your own experience, it really fuels your motivation, your perseverance, your confidence, yeah, and that also results into you probably maybe acting differently in an interview setting. Yeah, so it really is a motivation booster. On the other hand, it's definitely something that employers value as well, because once you've acquired a certification, they see, okay, you showed the perseverance and resilience to study for such an exam, you attended the exam and passed it. And of course, that's also signaling that employers value as well. Yeah, so, and that's definitely also something I've seen across the board, interacting with lots of other students and collaborating organizations across different regions. In terms of the certifications, the Cloud Practitioner certification is the foundational certification offered by AWS. Most of you are familiar with. We have released one other AWS certification last year. No surprise, it's AI. And if you are interested in AI and haven't checked it out yet, I strongly recommend that you do so. Now, if you want to progress in your cloud journey, the next logical step is AWS Associate. On the associate level, which is here on the left lower corner, you have 5 different options to tap into an associate certification. I won't go into each and every certification, but I would like to highlight that if you want to be able to design a cloud setup that's scalable, that's effective and efficient, from a bird's eye perspective, or also want to consult others, probably the solutions architect is the one most handy to pick. If you want to progress from the associate level, you can then tap into the professional level. There you have 2 options, which is also solutions architect and DevOps engineer. And outside of that, we have 3 specialities you can also tap into. Now the question, of course, is what are the certifications you should focus on? Of course, it depends. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Of course, it's nice that you acquire more certifications, the more certifications that possible. But I think in the first place, you should think about, okay, what are the actual skills? What is the knowledge? What is the role I want to become? Yeah? And work backwards from there. What are the certifications I need in order to achieve that? If you are already in a job, or if you are in contact with employers, I also would encourage you to open up a conversation with employers to discuss that. What certifications do you as employer think are most valuable for you for the job I'm doing? And maybe, and this is also something I've seen across the board, many employers are also quite open to support your learning, your certification journey, by maybe freeing up a bit of time, extra time, so you can study, some maybe also support you with exam costs. So that's definitely something I would encourage you to open up a conversation with and really be very intentional about what certifications do you want to tap into next. Now you've deepened your knowledge on AWS and continue your learning journey. Another way to experience more learning, but also to connect with AWS directly and get in touch with AWS directly is through events. So we host a multitude of events worldwide, also in different formats. First of all, we have AWS Summits. These are free events, in-person events, where AWS communities come together to connect, to collaborate, and learn from each other. These are global summits we host in many major cities across the globe. For Sub-Saharan Africa, I believe the last one was last week in Johannesburg. I hope it will also one day come to Nairobi, so let's see. I'm definitely advocating for that. But if you have the chance to attend a summit, I strongly encourage that you do so, because it's really a great way to connect with communities, but also with AWS directly. Then we have two formats, which are the AWS Awesome Day and AWS Innovate Online Community. These are both online events. Awesome Day is more for a technical audience that can come together to discuss and connect and learn from each other on specific AWS core services. And AWS Innovate Online Conference is an online conference that's specifically designed for innovators and IT professionals and executives to discuss AWS services and how to benefit and leverage them. The two event formats we have below are probably the most popular, most known. For one, that's AWS reInvent. That's our most important AWS conference worldwide, taking place each year in Las Vegas in November. And we also have AWS Reinforce, which is around cloud security. And the last event took place in Philadelphia. So it's nice maybe to go to the US and attend these events in person. But what I would like to point out here is that for both events, many of the sessions and keynotes and panels are also streamed and hosted online on YouTube. So I think it's also a great way to learn from AWS what are the latest industry trends, what is the latest technology, how do we think about our technology releases, and learn from that. So I really would encourage you also to check this out on YouTube. Another way to experience AWS more directly and with like-minded people and peers is through communities. And there's also a reference to AWS Restart, because AWS Restart, as many of you know, is organized in a cohort setting. So you are in a classroom. You know, many of the cohorts are also delivered online, but you are basically in a classroom with others who are basically sitting in the same boat, who are going through the same journey as yourself. And yesterday, I had the privilege to take part in a fireside chat with a couple of Restart alumni. And one aspect that was pointed out is that many of the students really benefited from the peer-to-peer learning, from learning from each other. And I think it's great if you are taught maybe by a colleague, a friend, but it's also the other way around. Once you are able to explain something to someone else, I think it's also a great method to learn and internalize something. So peer-to-peer learning is very effective. And I think this can also be experienced and really lived through AWS communities, where we have also different offerings in different formats. So first of all, we have AWS user groups. These are community-led. They are for all levels, for all people who are interested in AWS, that can come together and discuss and connect on AWS. In Kenya, we have 3 different user groups. I looked them up last night. So we have one here in Nairobi, one in Mombasa, and one in Meru. So if that's relatively close to you, I would also invite you to check out these user groups, because they are quite often a very good first step to directly interact with like-minded people to learn on AWS. A bit farther down the road, there are other offerings, which is AWS Community Builders. This is for community experts and tech experts and AWS enthusiasts to connect on more technical topics. So if you are already quite advanced on the technical side, maybe this is a great place for you to connect on AWS technical questions. Something similar are AWS Cloud Clubs. It's basically the same like the community builders, but it's student-led, happening in a university setting. And last but not least, we have the AWS Heroes, which is a program for really people who are very, very knowledgeable about AWS, who have certified multiple times and who are also crowned as AWS Hero, which Ken mentioned earlier. So these are communities. And another area I would like to highlight is some thoughts on mindset. And mindset, I guess, is a big word. It's also kind of a buzzword, and can also mention some traits, but I would like to highlight 3 aspects here that I've seen are very important, especially when you want to make the leap into employment, when you find your first job, or start your startup. So first of all, build your network. I think that's something that can't be underscored enough, that your network really has a lot of value to you, and I really would like to encourage you to proactively build your network on and offline. Online, I guess also here in Kenya, LinkedIn is very, very big, and you can connect there with like-minded people, HR professionals who are advertising for jobs, but also other students. So I think LinkedIn is a great place to start. But also offline at events today. Yeah, maybe you know some people already here, but I would also really encourage you to approach other people, ask them, and maybe you get an idea of what your next step is, or maybe you get an introduction to another person at another company. You never know what's behind the next contact you're making. So building your own network is really, really crucial in that, and can make really the difference of how successful your career evolves. Secondly, be proactive. I think the Restart program is really a great launchpad, but nothing falls from, although we're at a Catholic university, nothing falls from heaven on its own. You really need to be proactive and intentional in reaching out to people and also selling yourself. You really need to be proactive by showing what you've already done. Maybe when you are interacting with HR people to discuss your next job, really be intentional about sharing what you've done earlier, projects that you've worked on. Really try and optimize your own pitch. Yeah, that's really key in order to be able to convince also other people that they would like to believe in you and invest in you. And last but not least, I would also like to mention stay a student. And for that, can we please go to the next slide? On that subject, I would like to dive a little deeper. So staying a student is really key, because we never have to stop learning. And this again has something to do what I mentioned earlier with the pace at what innovation happens. New technologies arise so quickly, and the skills that we're learning today may be outdated already in a couple of years' time. Depending on how old you are, I don't know how it is for you, but for example, my parents are now in their 70s, and when they came out of school, in their 20s, they either studied or did an apprenticeship. And afterwards, basically, what they studied or what they learned as their first job was the job that they did for the rest of their career. Yeah? So there was no question about it. You do something, you learn something once, and that's your career. But I think that has changed today, and technology is so quickly evolving that skills can get outdated quite quickly. And that also resonates deeply with the Future of Jobs report finding that I'm sharing here, that 59% of all employees will need to reskill by 2030. So I think that's quite a remarkable statistic that indicates that skills can get outdated quite quickly. And basically the takeaway for us is we need to remain a student and always continue learning. You're probably wondering what this has to do with the image here on the right-hand side. So that's the Greek god Protean. And this god, as you can see, comes into different faces and legs and arms, and both as a human being but also as an animal. And this refers to the idea of Protean careers. Yeah? So Protean careers basically say that we have to reinvent ourselves on and come in different phases and be able to adapt. Yeah? And I think this, well, for me, this is a great metaphor for us to tell us, okay, we really need to keep learning and adjust ourselves continuously. All right. Yeah, I shared a few ideas, resources that you can tap into and leverage after AWS Restart that really can help you in your cloud career journey. Again, my key message here is AWS Restart is not the finish line. It's your launchpad for a much bigger journey to come. But you need to be proactive as well. You need to stay curious, keep on learning, keep building. And I think then over time also opportunities will then come up. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for your time and having me here today. I will stay here for the rest of the day, so don't be shy. Please approach me and say hi. I'm really, as I said, very curious to learn from you, listen from you what your story is, and maybe also discuss some of the aspects I was sharing. And if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, online, just reach out to me. Happy to connect with you. Thank you so much.
We can do better. We can... No. Wait. You don't just clap. Senior, how many know how to do the round of applause? Who's going to show us how to do it? Software engineers, full stack developers, cloud engineers. How do we do round of applause? Who can show us? Or you people don't attend events? So I'll show you how we do it. Sawa? So, it is round of applause. Have we seen? So when I say we give Lucas a round of applause, how are we going to do it? That was warm up. Let us try better. How are we going to do it? Okay, so let's warm our hands. And you must do a round of applause. Lucas has traveled from Germany. So you must do a round of applause. Let us make it wider. Then let us give him a round of applause. Let's continue. Thank you. So we know in Kenya we say before anything, what must we do first? We must eat, right? So I want us to go for a tea break for how many minutes? What's the time? 20 minutes is up. Okay. So we are going to go for tea break, and we are advised to maintain the environment more clean than you found it. Don't litter the place. Take your tea, return your cup to the correct place. Are we together? So the break is going to go for 20 minutes. So at what time are we supposed to be back? 11? 11:30. So 20 minutes. So by 11:35, we should be seated. Cindy, are we together? This is not Kenyan time. We are using Germany time. We should be seated by what time? 11? 11 what? 35. Sawa. So enjoy your break.
hapa wote because I believe kwa wenye walikuwa hapa kitambo, I know we used to have a group of probably 100 students. Cohort 1 we used to be 50. But right now the program may grow kwenye walitoka kitambo. I think we are running a cohort of almost 375 students. So we have 2 tracks. So probably some of you might have never seen me before. So I'll take this time to call all the trainers, mkuje hapa mbele. Come on board. We need to introduce you to everyone, including our guests. So if you know you're a trainer, you are our RCs, please come on board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you know this voice? Okay, you can now match the voice to the face. My name is Rob, one of the trainers in Restart, and I'm also an AWS Restart certified instructor, as well as a solution architect. So I know we have interacted with all of you, maybe a few, but here we are. So I'll just take this time to introduce my fellow colleagues. So I'll start from this side today. And yeah, I'll just be giving the mic to introduce themselves, say whatever they do, and maybe if you don't know them, maybe you can have questions later. So let me start with Thomas.
Hi everyone. Habari zenu. Mko salama? So my name is Thomas Nyururu. I'm one of the instructors. And yeah.
Right. Is it morning or afternoon? Oh, good morning. So, kwa majina naitwa James Omego Marcus. I am an instructor and a security enthusiast. Kwa hivyo, if you have a security solution in AWS and a policy for our country, we can chat.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you doing? This is Benson Mutwa. Bila effects, Bila filters. So this is the real Benson. I know I've interacted with some of you virtually, some physically, and I'm a solutions architect and also an accredited AWS instructor. Pleasure to have you around today, and we shall interact. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Kirure. I am a AWS Restart instructor, a professional AWS solutions architect, and an AWS community builder. I love working with the youth, and that's why I enjoy what I do. Thank you so much, and let's continue engaging.
Good morning. So my name is Meshach Cheriot. I'm also an accredited instructor, AWS Restart instructor. I'm a freelancer, alafu nafuga nyuki pia. Nalima ngano kidogo. And I also do some freelancing work. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Victor Macharia. So, mi ndo mwenye akuwa amenyamaza sana kwa meetings. Yeah, this is me in the flesh. Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Yeah, so my name is Mercy Chepkorir. I'm also an AWS instructor, and I'm hoping that you're having fun and also in networking. Have a good day.
Good morning. I want to believe most of you know me. My name is Rhoda Ndege, AWS instructor, and also a solutions architect.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Charles Kinga, and I'm so happy to see you today. Yes. Yes, that's my name, Charles Kinga, and you are welcome. I'm also a farmer, and beside that, I'm a developer. So when I'm tired with the codes, we do another code.
Okay, good morning. So I'm Collins Mutai, also an instructor and part of the Restart team since 2021. I'm also a solutions architect and an alumni of the Ajira Restart group. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Njeri. I know I've met majority of you. AWS instructor, solutions architect, teacher. Sindio? Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. This is Naomi. I've interacted with many of you on email. So this is the famous Naomi. Thank you so much, karibuni sana. I'm in charge of AWS careers as a coordinator. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Anton Nzuki, mwalimu wa maths. Otherwise, I'm a mathematics teacher by profession, but I'm a web developer plus database admin by liking, and a solutions architect also as well. So thank you so much. So yeah, today's not your day. Go and have your seat. No, today's not your day. Thank you. Opige makofi. Yes. Enough about us, because we are always on screen, always speaking. So I'll take this chance to have our first interactive session of the day. And we are going to invite industry players. Unasikianga jina industry players. You always hear the word industry professionals, industry players. So we have our industry players on board, and I'd like to invite them over for what we call a fireside chat. So I'll invite Mr. Eric Odipo. Mr. Eric Odipo is an AWS business development specialist at Silicon Overdrive. Talk to him nicely. We have our alumni at Silicon Overdrive. Mwongeleshe vizuri. So let's give him a hearty clap. Next, we have an AWS representative in their house. An AWS what? An AWS what? His name is Robin Jiru, Public Sector Lead, West, East, and Central Africa, AWS. Mr. Robin Jiru, hearty clap. Yeah, I'd really give him a special shout out. Without him, I don't think we would have had the Restart program here in Kenya. So another hearty clap for him. Then you've met Mr. Lucas. So Mr. Lucas is a senior program manager, training and certification, AWS Restart. Without him as well, we wouldn't be here in the congregation as well. Yes. So before we even start our theme today, I want to start with an icebreaker, just to break the ice. So there was a challenge this week on TikTok. I know we are all on TikTok, right? Okay, it was a nice meeting you all. We'll catch up later. Bye-bye. Anyway, there was a challenge this week. Did anyone notice there was a challenge with trying to talk to your LLMs and actually trying to have them count to 1 million? Oh, apologies. I forgot one of our guests. Apologies. So we also have Madam Gladys from Computech. So she's also going to be part of the Fireside chat. So Madam Gladys, you are also welcome as well. Another article for her. Sorry for that. So I was saying there was a challenge this week trying to talk to your LLM. You count from 1 to what? I need 5 people. I need you to do the challenge. Whoever wins the challenge, see whether you are either ChatGPT, Perplexity, DeepSeek, or whichever. If it counts to the highest number, you win. Are we together? You understand the game? It will definitely give you different, it will definitely try and count something. Like in itafika a million, itafika at something. This is a challenge. Are we together? I need 3 people to volunteer. Whichever LLM you are going to use, be it ChatGPT, Perplexity, DeepSeek, and the rest. Come on, 3 volunteers. Just 3. You try and talk to it. Nice, I can see 2. Only I need 1 more lady. 1 more lady. Nice, we have 3. Now, the challenge is simple. First, I hope you have bundles. 2, I don't know how you're going to engage your LLM. You are the one to create the prompt. Not a typed prompt. Si kuna place ya kuongea nayo physically. Itukauntie. I will start with ladies first. Let's start with our gents first. Let's start with, between the 2 of you, fungua machine, open your machine. I don't want us to take a lot of time. Aya, go to the audio side of whatever you're using. Now, Shika. Now the floor is yours. Ask it when we are here listening to you. Let it count. Malita count, tuachie hapo. From 1 to 1 million. But malita achia iachie hapo. Yeah, so it will still count verbally. Here.
Cool. I'm using Cloud. So, hi Cloud, can you count 1 to 1 million verbally?
Hi, cousin. I want you to help me count 1 to 1 million. Let's go.
Is there anyone that has theirs that is really speaking? Nice. Aya, we have 1. Nobody wants to accept the challenge? Okay, we have someone here. Let's see. In a minute, Okay, challenge meleta shida. So in the meantime, let us first of all have our guests and then we'll try it out later. Isn't that so? Yeah, so that you guys can practice with them and then we'll try it out later. So without wasting a lot of time, I'll take this time to welcome Mr. Robert, who will take charge of the Fireside chat. So welcome, Robert.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And hi, everyone. Happy to have you. And to the audience, especially our alumni, we are excited. any chance you have to interact with very consequential, impactful industry players like the panel we have today, you actually listen, because you never know. There is always that something that you probably have missed. Once you hear it, it could be a game changer. So I'm very proud to have this panel with me. They are all been introduced. Lucas, Restart Senior Manager Program, Robin, country lead for Kenya. We have Eric, Silicon Overdrive, and Gladys from Computech. Very much welcome. So I'll just quickly start with Eric. He's seated close to me. For most of the young people, once they finish, they try to find a job. And if you are within Kenya or generally Africa, you understand that we have to find a way of also creating jobs and not just trying to look for jobs. So as one of the people who are utilizing AWS services to provide solutions to clients, how will you advise someone who's just started, finished maybe one of certification or the second one? How do they go about it? Where do they start in that case?
Thanks, Robert, and good morning or afternoon to everyone. Afternoon, yeah? Okay. Now, for young graduates, let me not say young graduates, young professionals who have put in AWS certification. There's something we said in the morning. We were discussing with Ken, and a statement came out that I really love. Previously, we used to say that certifications are the icing on the cake, isn't it? But now, certifications are not the icing in the cake. They are ingredients baked in the cake. So that means that right now, for those of you who are still students, bake certifications into your studies already before even you graduate. It really helps you in terms of sharpening you and helping you being relevant. There's the relevance because you have the certificate, but there's also relevance because of your skill set. When you do certifications and skills, beyond having the paper, allow the certifications to lead you to try out to solve challenges. You let a problem, or you go and pick a problem somewhere, and you simulate a solution. Then you post it in your GitHub or LinkedIn or whichever other forum. And therefore, you are demonstrating that you are busy trying to solve problems with the certificate that you may not find in conventional education, because certification just prime your mind to try and look for a problem and solve it. And so I'd like to encourage you as a young professional with certifications and all, begin to prime your skills, look for a problem and begin to solve it, and then post it, becomes your story. So if you don't have a job to build a track record of this is what I did, then have a track record of problems you tried to solve and something you tried to do. Even if you have an internship, a 3-month internship somewhere, can you creatively use that your skill to solve a unique problem? And let me tell you, whether that company will adapt your solution or not, you did something. And that gives you a track record. So I would encourage you now, beyond the certification, look for that you are doing, and it demonstrates to your potential employers that you have the mindset of a problem solver. Lucas said it well. I'm a problem solver kind of a mindset. You seem to have an eye to see. So that's the next step that I would encourage you to move.
Thank you very much. Let's give that is actually words from someone who's been there and experienced. So it's not, I think, it's actually what does work or does not work. So thank you very much. So within Kenya, as we stand, we understand that sometimes we come up with solutions, and young people here will attest to that. But then we realized that most of the clients within the country, including the public sector, we rather get solutions from outside the country sometimes. So how can, and this goes to, how can we position ourselves? Is AWS in a way also positioning itself to support these young people? The solutions they come up with, let them not just be for boot camps and for demonstrations, but how can they be adopted? What are some of the things as young people we could be ignoring that could be put them up? Thank you. The question is a little bit long, but I hope you get the context.
No problem at all. And it's really a pleasure to be here. As you mentioned, it's always exciting for me to come to Restart events because I know some may know this story, but back in 2020, in late 2020, someone from the Ministry of ICT picked up something when COVID was deeply entrenched across the world. They picked up, was it X or TikTok? They picked up something online about Restart in Europe and then just sent me a WhatsApp and said, why is this not happening here? I did not even know about Restart then. So I took the same copy and sent it to someone internally and I said, why is this not happening in Kenya? Long story short, and someone mentioned it, since May 2021, we've had Restart. But to leverage, I'm going to answer your question in three aspects, right? And to expand a bit on Eric's response. If you look today globally, the highest sought after skills are actually technology related. That's globally. It's not even unique to Kenya, it's globally. And there are things to do with AI, machine learning, big data, software developers and cybersecurity experts. But then there's a second level. And I know when we come to these forums, we don't highlight them as much. There's also professionals with strong soft skills, and then also people with emotional intelligence and adaptability, or what I call flexibility. When I grew up, when people told me someone has a good job, they would equate it to, when they say this person has a really good job, they would tell me he goes in at 10 and leaves by 3. So a good job was by how few hours you worked. And you can see the disconnect with the reality. Because, I mean, we don't want to say about how many hours we really sometimes put in. But then when you now think you had a lot of A star, we have A star back then, we had what you call first class students that come out with amazing certifications, but then very poor soft skills, cannot articulate what they've put together. They're not adaptable at all because they are first class students or A stars. It's you who needs to make room for them and not the other way around. And that I can tell you 9 times out of 10 would always work against them. When I then look at the statistics globally, right? Whether you talk about the cloud opportunity, the Africa cloud computing market is expected to grow this year from $20 billion to $45 billion by 2031. That starts to give you just an insight into how the opportunity in the market is out there. What that means is we're seeing private sector, banks, manufacturers, mining companies, then even in public sector, governments, in healthcare, in education, they are pivoting to leverage digitization as the way in which they're going to scale. What do I mean by that? For example, I know this may not be very popular right now, but I'm seeing a lot of countries, not just Kenya, they're now bringing together their healthcare platforms. Because ministers of education, ministers of healthcare cannot be able to say, if they're asked, how many patients do we have in hospital right now? Many governments are not able to say that. But now presidents and ministers of health are putting their teams to task to say, I want to have this as a single view. As a result, everyone is now moving towards digitization. The first step is going to be bringing that data together. And there's a lot of infrastructural conversations around that. But the second step, and more interesting for all of us in the room, is once that data is there, is how do we then make sense of it to pick up insights, to pick up trends, and so that not only do we know the info, we can use the info. You're not new to this phrase, data is the new oil. It's not the new oil. It has been the new oil, but if it's disorganized, it doesn't matter. It's not really oil. Data has to be organized correctly. It's even worse when you come and put an AI model on top of disorganized data. Then it's even more messed up. So it means that as we think about your question, how do we then leverage our skills? We must be solving, number one, relevant problems, but also looking at what are the biggest problems. On my way in, I did a bit of cheating. I spoke to people from corporate staffing. I talked to Computech. I also spoke to team at Ajira, and I also spoke to Brighter Monday, all the teams that are there. And normally, when you're asked to visit the desk, you ask them, so how is it going? What do they always say? When you ask them, how is it going? What do they typically say? It's going? It's going well, it's going amazing. So I told them, then let's move quickly to my second question. What would you advise the alumni to do differently? And for me, that's where the real tangible insights are. And I can tell you the three things they told me. Number one, they said, we need people to move with where the world is moving. I think Eric alluded to it. What problem are you solving for? If you're solving for a problem that existed 2 years ago or last year, is it really a problem today? So then no one wants to invest in what you're solving. Secondly, they said move with where the world is going, which is AI. There's a lot of conversations around AI. Is what you're working on relevant to where the market is going? And then thirdly, the one they told me is skills. Are you continuously skilling yourself so that you remain relevant in a fast-shifting, dynamic market? And so to finalize on the question you asked, there is no shortage of support globally, even from us. I can tell you this. We have something called AWS Activate Credits. And this is about, in fact, if I now go back a bit, AWS has worked with startups, whether it's 2-man startups or hundreds of employees. For more than 18 years, we have helped startups across the world to build, launch, and scale their businesses more than any other cloud provider. And today, as we speak, when I think about artificial intelligence and machine learning, any unicorn globally that is an AI or ML unicorn, 96% of them are running on AWS. And that gives you the kind of visibility into our own investment into where the world is going. But we have AWS Activate Credit, helping organizations like startups scale, and we take them out there so that then you turn your ideas into reality. But it also, and eligible startups, we've seen startups work with us to receive up to $100,000 and to scale. Of course, I won't go into the details of how you qualify, but if you go today and type on your search, AWS Activate Credits, you're going to see how we are working with startups to move from not just and to also surround you with teams that help you then develop a solution that is then going to solve real-world problems. Long-winded answer, but hopefully there's some bits in there.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. Long answer, but it got that. So I do hope you also carried a notebook the way I did down as we go along. So I think one of the things mentioned was, are you current? Are you just building and putting up, or are you trying to ask yourself, what really am I building for? And you can only do that by trying to stay current, looking around and understanding what is happening currently now. And that way, once your solution is built, probably there will be someone looking for it. And the other thing I am also is looking around. He actually touched on what AWS offers. I'm not sure how many of us were aware of some of the credits that he said AWS has been doing and supporting startups. Let's familiarize ourselves along those lines, and you'll find that you are very set to go. So around the same on how to mold yourself and be ready to take advantage. For example, someone who is not just done cloud, but also has been how do you package yourself, for example, coming from an organization that actually has been in production of software solutions for a long time? You're working with a team. What skills do they possess? How have they developed themselves, or what have they done one of the alumni here came and said, trying to get into your team and work with you, what are you going to probably look out for from them?
All right. Hi, my name is Gladys. I'm from Computech as a cloud solutions architect and security specialist. Cloud is a virtualization of what we have. We've always been working on premises with servers and cable. It's on the cloud, it's easier to access it, and it's so efficient. So if you have skills in any other department, if you're a programmer, all your skills are applicable on the cloud. Anything that you do, if you're doing networking skills, learn how to virtualize them, and you can always move from whatever you are. And second, I think it's, I'm not sure who said it, but we are always learning. We are all students. Most of us here have been working for a couple of years all the time. So if you're looking to move to another organization or maybe to our organization, we're always looking for people who are willing to learn. You learn, you relearn, you unlearn, because technology is always changing. What was working last year is probably not working now. So are you a person who can adapt? Are you a person who can learn new skills and put them to use? And lastly, you will find most organizations are looking for people who can bring business value. It's very nice to have your IT skills, but if you're not solving any real business problems, nobody's what you have to offer. All of us here have learned AWS, EC2s, and S3. We can all spin up instances. So what are you doing with it? Are you addressing a problem that somebody has and they require you to put their workloads on S3? Or are you just using credits given to you by AWS for no reason? So have some need and convert it to a solution that we have on the
Thank you very much, Gladys. As I said, hope you're noting everything down, because if I was at the stage that you are in, and I remember my journey, it was quite long. As by listening to the words of wisdom coming from our panel. So Gladys actually mentioned something that Rob mentioned about, and that is flexibility. If you get into a role, how easy I really adapt to different roles. Is Mwalimu wa Maths, and right now he's AWS trainer. That adaptability around and adapt. And she said that whatever still links into the cloud, they are all related. So basically, my last question will go to Lucas. Given that to easily adapt, coming from a training background, for example, progression maybe will set someone apart. I know from AWS Restart, you can go to solutions. Lost in between, I don't know how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Robert. Also what I shared earlier, I mean, I think you have, at first, I think you have to acknowledge that you can't know everything right from, because everything's changing so rapidly and you need to be able to flexibly adapt all the time, yeah? So to be flexible. And I think along the way you need to be open-minded to from other people. And there again, I would about getting this feedback as well, yeah? If you are working already in a cadet, what you're not good at, speak with your manager, with the management, what kind of value they would like to see from you. Yeah, and I think this is really something that will help you a lot strive a company for the rest of your life. Yeah, especially in the industry, we're changing companies on a relative. It's nothing bad. That's actually something good because it opens up new opportunities, and it really exposed to new settings that will also help you learn better. Yeah. For me personally, when I started after university, for me the metaphor was very helpful of looking at my career like a fitness center. Yeah. When I go to the gym and exercise, this really helps me to add more strength. And maybe there are days where I'm not very well, where I'm not good, but that's okay because there are also other days where I'm feeling well and I can progress and I feel much stronger. But I think what's important is that you and you show up every day, be consistent, and then over time you also will see, looking back, that you've progressed. And so this fitness center metaphor really has helped me a lot, seeing it as a journey and not like as just a one-off event. I think that feedback part is really something that's helping you all the way, and that not only goes for you guys. Yeah, I mean also for us. Yeah, it's we're providing each other feedback all the time. Also within Amazon, that's kind of a mechanism that's ingrained into our company. So that's definitely one factor that's really important, I think.
Let's give Lucas a round of applause. It does actually, it's very beneficial to listen to varied, a wealth of knowledge. You see, each of the panelists here is coming from a different background, and from what they are speaking, you realize they have the same focal point of how best to do and to put yourself on the scale. And we know that Africa has been said to be one of we have the highest population of young people. And if we do things right, then we probably are going to become the leaders of technology in the coming years. So I think as my conclusion, I just give to each panelist to give a word or two on how basically one or two things that you can do to start that journey of coming up with that solution that you've been thinking about. One or two things you can change maybe to get ahead. So I'll start with Eric.
Okay, thank you. An excellent point to wrap up. So we talked about Africa being a land, it's like the next frontier, a land of opportunity. Let's scale down. Kenya, so let me make this statement. Kenya is a place for Africa. In other words, things made in Kenya tend to easily be adapted as patterns elsewhere. That is a responsibility. It's not a privilege. It's a responsibility. Now, you are living in Kenya. You are perhaps a citizen of Kenya. The Ajira alumni. Because as I was watching the video, one of the things that keep coming out is that the graduates and the alumni who perhaps have got jobs or who have started businesses, celebrating the fact that they are able to provide for their families. Ajira alumni is, now that you have graduated, please also graduate your vision to move beyond personal sustenance. If you're going to be a man and a woman of impact, if that is your vision you're aiming to, your final objective in all this upskilling, etc., that we are talking about, your final objective cannot be personal sustenance. I want to challenge you to move beyond that. That is okay when you're growing. That's why I'm saying after you graduate, you also needs to graduate. I want to challenge you by this question. What community impact will be attached to your name in 5 years to come? what community impact will be attached, shift, have a new mindset that I want something to be attached to my name, something I did. That way, you will be so hungry to pursue for the next skill, for the next learning, because you will always be looking at society problems and always feeling short. And that hunger will keep you going. If the end is yourself, at some point you'll be satisfied, because you'll be, you know, I've made my million dream, my million. I'm a millionaire now. I'm good. If your objective is in community impact to change lives, let me tell you, there will always be problems. You will always be hungry, and you will always be looking for the next thing to do. And that is why, that's when God can entrust you with a big. But if the end is yourself, there's a level of learning and there's a level of growth you will never attain. Somebody said this, I love this quote. If your whole world is all about you, you make a very small package. Yeah. I love that one. If the whole world is about you, you make a very small package. So I want to challenge you, yeah. The reason why you should network in communities, you are going to bring into that community. Of course, it will reciprocate. The reason why you will seek next level entrepreneurship and new business and new skill growth, etc., is because there's an impact you want to make, but you are limited in skill, so you want to grow. There are resources you need, so you are working hard to get resources because there's an impact you want to make. So my challenge, alumni, graduate your vision.
Okay, from my end, I would like to say, like, a couple of years back, I joined a program. They worked together with AWS and gave us training and gave us for a cloud practitioner, and I got my first certification in AWS. Now, we're always saying that, especially ladies, we are always undermining ourselves. We see a job advert and say we don't tick all the boxes, so we're not going to be applying for that role. Please apply for the roles. It does not matter if you meet all the expectations that they've put there. If you're feeling afraid, I was so afraid when I was applying for that job. Degree and a certification. Go and apply for that job, go for that interview, be brave. If your hands are shaking, if you feel like your voice is shaking, let it shake, but still walk into that room. Do not let any opportunity pass you by just because you feel like you're not adequate. I started with my one certification in cloud practitioner, and now I did it. What's stopping you from doing it? You can do it with your one certification degree in IT. Walk into that room and be brave. Don't worry if you think probably your classmates did not apply for that, or if they said it's not eligible for someone. If you feel like this is what you need to do, be brave enough to walk into that room and have someone holding your hand at the side. Because we are all always very worried. We're worried about, will they see my CV and think I don't have any other experience besides coming into this job? Walk into that room and prove that you are worth it. If you got into Ajira, I suppose you went through a vetting process. You're going to do your certification. It's not like they're going to give you grades for free or allow you to repeat it and repeat it. You're going to pass that certification and go with that certificate in the room. These people will give you jobs. Go in there, show your value, show that you're willing to learn. Because with your certification, if you can improve in a year and have another one, and in the next year have 2 more, then it shows your value. You'll always be growing. Things are always changing. So walk in there with a purpose and let everybody know that you're willing to learn. You're willing to change, and your mind is open to opportunities. And I bet that will give you the push that you need. So if you're scared at the moment, be scared, but still do it. Walk into that room and show them that you're capable of doing it. And especially to the ladies, always saying this, the men are always out there pushing. They have audacity that sometimes we do not have, and it's unfortunate. But don't worry about that. Walk in there with your shaking hands and your shaking feet and ask them for that job. Somebody will give you the job as long as you can prove that you can actually do it and you're willing to learn.
I think I'll divide mine into three so that I don't talk forever. Benefit, impact, and path. In terms of benefit, I want to just highlight two. If you're in the room and are developing a solution in education, go online and look for AWS Education Equity Initiative. AWS has committed over $100 million to support companies like you that are solving problems in education access, especially to the underserved. AWS Education Equity Initiative. Secondly, if you're solving anything, and I interacted outside with someone who's solving a problem, their solution is sitting on Bedrock. So you're doing a solution on generative AI. Go again online, AWS Generative AI Accelerator Program, startups and early organizations. There is a number of millions of dollars to just help you with what you're trying to solve. Like Robert mentioned, sometimes it's because you're not aware and therefore you don't know what to look out for. So if you're doing anything on Gen AI or education, look out for that. Benefit is done. Number two, impact. Eric mentioned impact. As you'll see on my role, I lead the public sector team. Anyone in the world will tell you public sector work is just hard. In fact, I meet people every other month who tell me, you work in public sector, did you choose it or were you forced to do it? And I tell them I've been in public sector for 6 years and I love it. When I go to a country and then we're talking with their ministers in education and we're talking about how we're going to transform the education in a country, and then a year later you start seeing fruits of things you discussed a year ago, 18 months ago. They incentivize you, they pump you up, and you are ready to take that conversation to another country. And so impact, I like now saying, is not just beyond you. It actually is going to inspire you when you see the actual impact of the work. That we love what we do, we get inspired by it. We're doing well in an industry that's supposedly not supposed to be doing well. It's just because of the kind of impact we keep seeing and the dots that we. So choose your impact, let it be beyond you, and then let your impact reward and inspire you. Lastly, now I'll tell you something that might be a bit uncomfortable for all of us. Yes, we all are industry, what was the word? Industry what? Industry players. The challenge with that word is some of what we're giving you is going to be absolutely relevant to you in a year's time. So don't be afraid to chart your own path. The team I work on, I was the first person in a territory that the company had not gone into. What template are we going to use? You're going to be you have to be comfortable with charting your own path. Yes, listen to the templates, listen to the advice we're going to give you, and then go into where you need to go and impact. And then if there is no template, create a path, create a template. But don't choose to or do the thing where someone has opened an M-Pesa shop here, and because you heard it does well, you open another M-Pesa shop. Sometimes.
So to close off, I would like to share, first of all, one known concept which is known to Amazon as well. And I think that's been proven to be very helpful, especially when talking about solving problems. And that's working backwards. And I think this can be applied to many circumstances, both from a business, on the business side. I think that working backwards concept is very powerful because it really ensures that you develop stuff that is meaningful, that has value to people. And the working backwards concept basically says that you start with a customer. Start with a customer, try to empathize and understand who the customer is, what needs and interests they have, and you can build in order to meet those needs. I think that's really the starting point in order to be able to really solve meaningful problems. And then we have a few mechanisms suggested in Amazon that can be helpful in order to make it more tangible. One is, for example, to write a mock PR statement around the product you are striving to build. And I think that's a very good exercise because it forces you to really think about, okay, how should my product, how should the solution look like, and what do I want the world to tell about that? Yeah? And it really forces you to condense that. Secondly, another method is also to develop some kind of FAQ that also reinforces the learning process, meaningful solutions that meet customers by working a very good concept, again, from a business perspective, but also from a perspective. And as my final message, colleagues have just said, I think when you're young, it's all about exploring and saying yes to opportunities, even if you don't feel comfortable, even if you don't know what to expect. Saying yes to opportunities also means that you can build the airplane away and then start flying. Yeah? You don't need to start flying straight away, but you can start flying by building it. Yeah? In Germany, we also have kind of a saying that if you are uncomfortable jumping into the cold water, it doesn't matter, because the longer you wait, the warmer doesn't get colder. So you should jump straight away. And I invite you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucas, and the panelists for the day. So starting from here, graduate your vision, be brave, be the impact, work backwards from the problem to the solution. So thank you very much for taking time to help our alumni understand, learn. And I think just one quick thing from Robin, he said, figure out your way on your own. To jump by yourself. Thank you. Back to the MC. So as the team consults, we just have something to say. Thank you for finding time to join us today. Evelyn, part of our team, will lead that.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was an amazing, amazing panelist, or rather panel. The panelists had great insights. So we wanted to appreciate them with some small token to remember Ajira, even when they are out of Nairobi or rather out of the country, please.
Thank you so much. Have we learned something? We've learned, right? So we are moving forward, and I hope we are writing something. Turn to your neighbor. Tell them you're glowing. Why are we laughing? Your neighbor is not glowing. Huh? Okay. Now, hello. The cloud space is big enough for all of us, and we have been encouraged from the panelists that we should be able to craft or to chart our own path, right? Next session is going to be on innovation, entrepreneurship, and freelancing. And our speaker is someone quite interesting. He's not only a CEO, but he's the only person who is overglowing in the room. Right? Have you seen him? Have we seen him? Wangapo memona. By show of hands. He's the only one who is overglowing in the room. So Timothy will be our next speaker. And one thing about Timothy, he's the first Kenyan to earn the prestigious, the most coveted AWS jacket. Have you seen? He has one. The golden jacket. Amazing. So I want to welcome Timothy to come and talk to us about what is it about innovation, what is it about being an entrepreneur, because he has started a company which is an AWS partner. The company is called Shinrai Technology. So let us give him a round of applause as he joins us. He has not reached here. The jacket must continue to glow.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel like I'm preaching. This is what we have in churches from my village. So allow me to preach a little bit. I know I have about 30 minutes before I get on another meeting. So I want to make it short and sweet. I also want to make it interactive, because I think I'm just here to inspire those I can, speak about what I do, and hopefully, we all go home with something, right? Thank you so much for flying off from, Germany. Good to see you. Adelaide, where is she? Yes, the Wonder Woman. Good to see you finally in person. So I will just speak about, kind of, turn the wheel in terms of how the session has been organized, and start with the training, right? And what got me to this point. One was just the anger. I wanted to start by just understanding what AWS was all about. And it was out of the challenge that I met with, being a freelancer, a project that was given to me, and the customer wanted to deploy on GCP. I couldn't deploy on GCP because I had no skill in it. I couldn't deploy on Azure, and had a little bit of, skill in AWS, but most of it was learning on the job, and also making reference to, peers who I knew had the skill. There's a platform called Code Mentor, which played a huge role in terms of the success of that project. I started off with, a friend of mine gave me a voucher for the cloud practitioner. And then after that, I just got interested in what next after this. Did the solutions architect, associate, and that kind of gave me the interest cloud at large. It's the price that comes with, getting to where you want to go. This was cloud at large. It's the price that comes with, getting to where you want to go. This was never the goal. It's never been the goal for me. It's just being able to add value in the positions that you occupy, right? My first role as a solutions architect was in a company that was also not doing AWS and cloud at all. So when I joined there, my goal was to transform the company, and that's the birth of the first or second AWS partner in Kenya. We built that company from ground up, became one of the successful companies, and also enrolled a number of interns who we trained. They did their solutions, they did their cloud practitioner, and then we continued just to inspire and motivate them to continue learning. So as Robin mentioned, impact is important in your journey, just as a human being generally, because when you light the candle of someone else, the room becomes brighter. One thing that I appreciate is that when the skill is there in the market, the opportunities in terms of job, in terms of business, expands, right? Customers want to venture into, technologies or business activities where they know they can find the skill and the right people to, accelerate that process. So for me, I take pleasure in seeing people acquire the skill. I take pleasure in, we have now, the second golden jacket in Kenya. Hopefully we get more, and that means that more people get inspired. And businesses now want to adopt cloud more than it was before. The Ajira program on AWS Restart is crucial for me as a business person. Why? Because I know now I can find talent readily available. I also know that, as we expand our business, we also get to, make impact and change lives. Just being able to provide an opportunity for someone to earn a living is a blessing in itself. So that is important for me. The second part that I want to speak about is vision, right? How many of you here have created a product, a service, or a platform, whether on yourself or through collaborating with your peers or friends? That's why I gave a mic. Please, where is the mic? Who has the mic? Please, give it to him. Just tell the audience in 1 minute what you built and what it does.
Good afternoon. So I've built several platforms, but one that just picked well is called Fireside. So Fireside is a social media platform for Adventists.
For?
Adventists.
Adventists. All right, good. Who else? A lady, please. Who else? Is there anyone else? No one else? Even at the places where you are? Yes, there's a gentleman here.
Hello. Hi. Yo, my name is Brandon Monda. So I built a platform called cbcexams.com. It's live. You can find free resources from playgroup up to Form 4, no login, no intrusive ads, just a seamless experience. I did it because we come from a long line of teachers. I used to get aunties requesting for schemes of works, revision papers, and things of that nature. Currently, I link around 150 users per month, so you can check it out, cbcexams.com.
So we'll take two more.
Good afternoon. My name is William Mongi, and I have created an algorithm for the financial markets. So basically what it does, it makes the financial markets more efficient. So it does market making and provides liquidity. And it is created using artificial intelligence. And also it has APIs integrated into it. So it fetches data from all the resources, like the Financial Times as sentiment, and then combines it with data, and then makes decisions on whether the price is going to go up, down, or it's going to maintain. So the algorithm also manages the positions automatically, opens, closes, adjusts the take profits and the stop losses. It also does stress testing depending on the benchmarks, such as the US 500, which is known as the S&P 500. So basically, I have created an algorithm for the financial markets. Hopefully in the future, I might be able to partner with the Nairobi Stock Exchange and see if we can partner together with AWS, put the algorithm in their platform, and see how we can make the market more efficient. Because for now it's a bit manual, and yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Nyerere Nicholas. I had a privilege of leading a team of my 5 fellow peers developers in coming up with Serenescapes. This is basically a platform which will address the gap between, okay, in Kenya, I am answering to the problem that we have a lot of beautiful places, magical Kenya. And most of us, when we want to visit a place, we don't know where to start. Like, why would I go to Diani? Why would I go to Nairobi National Park? Why would I go to, yeah, places of interest around you? And then another issue is the mental health space, which is a big thing we are talking about. So trying to use what we have as Kenya, the beautiful sceneries, and linking it to what we are going through as, I'll say as humans, our mental space. So basically that platform is bridging that gap using technologies which we are already having, the generative AI. The power behind AI helps it to, it's like an engine. It's the engine that runs the platform. Thank you.
So I want to take this opportunity to pose a challenge to the Restart program that on top of training, we want your help in accelerating the startup ideas that you've had in the room. As an AWS partner, and Robin just walked out, the 4 guys who've been able to speak about their innovations, we would be happy to sponsor your ideas to the next step. So I will encourage you to speak to either Joel from my team or Mesfin, and then we see what we can do to help accelerate that startup idea for you. More to that, one, the ideas that we're picking from, this audience is that there's a lot of innovation, and those weekend projects that make, a real difference, they add value to businesses. That's what we're all about, all right? So innovation and what we see for us as, an AWS partner is the ability to innovate and to build fast, all right? So that's why we became, and I chose to become an AWS partner, because I believe with the platform, we are able to build and innovate. AWS has multiple programs for startups, as Robin mentioned, that will help accelerate that idea for you. In terms of what should push you to innovate and build your ideas and to pursue that idea that you have is one, nobody is coming to save you. That's just the truth. Nobody is going to live your life for you. The sooner you realize that, the better for you. You must be able to have a plan in life, obey that plan and stick to it. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to flex a bit. However, it's important to, if you set your mind to do something, if it's a project that you're working on, if it's an innovation idea that you have, it's important to, maintain that motivation and keep going. The biggest demotivator is not what 100 people will tell you, the different, discouragement that you hear from people. It's what you tell yourself. If you do not motivate yourself, nobody else is going to make you achieve your goals. Then I said I have very few minutes, so I'm going to rush it, is the people that have spoken about their innovative ideas. It shouldn't stop there. You should take it to the next step. The dream of, being just a cloud practitioner to, getting the golden jacket and transitioning into business is not something that I just woke up and decided to do. It's been a dream for many years, right? So the same dream that you have about a product, what I would plead with you is keep going. Keep motivating yourself. Be patient as well, because those things, and the success will not just come overnight. You will have to commit more. You will have to leverage your relationships, your networks, your friends, your family. And there are people who are going to speak to, to your success. There are people who are going to stand by you. They're going to grow with you. Choose those people carefully and keep them. Number two is the learning never stops. Even today, I still study. The courses on AWS keep on changing. There is content on the partner portal and different programs where you will keep learning and expanding your skill. There are also other platforms, because as a business person, what you realize is it's what the customer chooses to do, right? It's where they choose to take their, their solutions. It's important for you to expand your wings. It's important for you to keep learning. Business for me is a tool to make a change in the world. Today, we have a team of 15, employees. We have consultants who are on part-time. And for me, the idea is that because someone gave me an opportunity, I should extend the same to the peers, to my friends, to people within my network, and to even strangers who come seeking for a job. Why? Because if I was not given that opportunity, chances that I wouldn't be here today. So that same opportunity is what the business allows me to do. Extend the opportunity, give someone a chance to, exercise, what they've learned. Today in the morning, I've, met the lovely lady here. And I want to just say, in our company, we are more so focused on people who are able to build, you know. Don't just say you are a solutions architect. The true definition of an architect is someone who can design, build, and deploy. So if you have development skills, you can learn cloud. You'll be able to do amazing things. You'll be able to demonstrate value to employers. Today, just before I wrap up, is I want to extend 5 opportunities to 5 interns from the Restart program. Please give your details to Mesfin and Joel. And we're looking for 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen, right? So, the reason why we are doing this is because we are at a very good space as a business. We are expanding, we are growing, and it's courtesy of, you know, AWS, and people have chosen to give an opportunity to us. We want to extend the same opportunity. We want to light someone's candle. So today, please, I don't know how it's going to happen, but, you know, we want 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen. If you have software development skills, we will teach you the cloud. All right? I want to share something that is, you know, a quote that I like to read every day. And this, I hope someone will and let it change their lives. So, it's very short. It says, when fishermen cannot go to sea, they repair their nets. What that means, in line to your career, is a lot of times you might be out of a job. You might not have an opportunity to exercise what you've learned. Some people get, you know, demoralized. Some people give up because there's no job. Some people will stop learning cloud or that software engineering skill that at some point you're very excited about, just because the opportunities are not, you know, presenting themselves. You've gone to a couple of interviews and there's no job for you. So some people tend to give up at that stage. I'm just telling you, go back, repair your net. Keep building your net so that when those opportunities come, you at least have something better to offer than what you had before. I was at some point out of a job, right? I've interviewed for so many opportunities, and most of them, I can tell you, I didn't even get a chance to go for the interview. I wasn't even shortlisted, right? But what that told me is maybe I need to do more, right? So I went ahead and I studied, you know. I kept pushing myself. I even, at some point, I stopped looking for the jobs, right? I just said, the jobs will find me. And I've gotten myself to the point where I was now in a position to turn down opportunities that were not in line with what I wanted to do. So what I would advise you to do is, while the job is not there right now, do not stop learning. Keep learning, build your network, leverage on those relationships, let your network know what you're good at. A lot of times, we have, you know, very good skills. We have beautiful ideas like the gentleman there. But when we do not speak about it, then nobody knows it. If you do not place yourself, then a lot of people are just going to walk past you. And people with even lesser skills than you will get the job. So it's very important to, you know, ensure that you speak about what you know. A lot of times, you know, you start a conversation with someone and you're like, dude, you're so smart. Who else knows you can do this? So it's very important that you keep, you know, amplifying your ideas, your skills, grow your network on LinkedIn, grow your meet people, right? Because one thing I've learned in life is, one, people will not give you business deals simply because of, you know, they've heard about you. You know, business is more of trust. If someone can trust you, even at a personal level, it becomes easier to, you know, close a deal with them. Even job referrals. You know, a couple of years ago, it was easy to refer someone for a job opportunity. Nowadays, it's difficult. Why? Because you also want to protect your reputation to that person or to that organization. So a lot of times, people shy away from recommending someone to a job because I don't know this person so well. I cannot speak to their, you know, character because we don't have any connection. So be intentional in the way you form those relationships and how you leverage your networks. Right? That's me. I will Any questions before I go? Someone with a question over there?
Hello, how are you? My name is Alex Dirango, and that was, let me say, an insightful conversation that you've just taken us through. I'm a trained peer counselor, so I thought about how I could leverage my background in IT to solve the problem in access to mental health, especially. So I created, or I'm working on a platform. It's called Speak Out. And it came to mind, especially when you were talking about speaking out and being visible. So taking through your journey of, you know, building from a company from scratch, what are some lessons? What was the main, most important lesson that you've learned in the process of, you know, building a company from the ground up? Because, you know, you don't just come out, you don't just, boom, you have the company and it's all up and running. Yes, what happens? What happens is what I would like to know. Yes, so my platform, I'd love to, it's currently in the process of development, but I also like to, you know, deploy it so it can serve millions and millions of people just to bridge the physical access gap that we have to mental health access. So that aside, building a company, what is it about it? Thank you.
I mean, the money is good, right? Let's be honest. You want the money. You must want the money first. But the goal should be bigger than that. You should be able to, you know, evolve that goal into something more meaningful, right? Because while you make the money and your life is good, and the lives of the people in your life is good, your family, your friends is good, what about the third person, the person who doesn't know you, the person who will come to you for an opportunity? So that's one. Number two is, has you set out to become an entrepreneur? And I will tell you this. I have been a carpenter. True story. I have photos of me being a carpenter. I have, you know, I have done business in hotels, you know, like setting up, those who have in MKU Thika, I used to own, you know, those chapo places, cheapo places. I have done movie businesses. I have done, you know, computer businesses. And the whole point for me was to learn the dynamics of business. To understand, one, there are days when things are not going to be good. There are days that you will have no money to pay yourself, to pay your employees, to pay for the space where you operate, right? But one key lesson that I've learned through the time is patience and just trusting your process, trusting your plan, and being able to you know, withstand all the, you know, the stones that will be thrown your way, but just maintaining your focus. And two, or three, is you must recognize the people who are in your life to support you. You must be able to identify those people, because if you don't, then you stand at the risk of, you know, losing focus to what you set out to do, right? So if your goal is to build the platform and you have a plan to go to market with it, and you have the resources, because at some point you will need resources, that resource might be in form of capital, it might be in form of people. You must be able to identify that, right? Whether you're going for, you know, funding, whether you're going for family support, whether you will call a friend to come and help you take the idea to the next step, it is very important to have that context in place. It's also important to be able to, you know, change with times, right? A lot of times you get into a business, and as you starting or as you're progressing, you know, the dynamics of the world, if it's in tech, changes, and you have to shift. Either close shop or evolve your idea into something else, right? At some point when I was selling movies, the ones that you put in the disc, you know, it started with the DVDs, then at some point flash discs came, and then at some point internet mtahani came in, and then I realized I can't sell movies anymore. These students are able to download the movies, so time to close, right? But someone else was still, you know, interested, so you sell the business, you move to the next step, right? So ideally, in businesses, you must be able to evolve with time and keep learning. Be willing to let go. If you're not willing to let go, you might get into, you know, deep losses.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Nicholas Otieno, and I have a background in both cloud, public cloud and private cloud. And my question to you is, there's been a debate in regards to the emerging AI, that is people using AI to find solutions to their problems. And you as a CEO, I would like to understand your take on this, especially when you're making a decision, and making a decision in terms of hiring. Which kind of specialties do you look for when you're hiring, given that most of the things that you can get from a candidate, you can also get it from AI? The other thing is, maybe you can advise those who are unemployed on where this places them, because this debate has been going on that AI will take their jobs, and they will have no jobs in the near future. Yes.
Okay. So I think at least in this part of the world, and maybe it's different in Germany, is we are still grappling to understand what AI presents to us, right? And the whole idea of machine learning. So we are still not at the mature stage of understanding how to use AI. And that gap is not because there are no opportunities where we can leverage AI. It's because most of the times we just don't want to make the investment in terms of, first of all, setting the ground properly for AI. We are not willing to invest in our staff, to train them, for them to understand what AI is all about, right? If you ask a majority of people here, they just know about ChatGPT, and that's it. If you ask a lot of people, they know AI is there, but if you ask them, where can you use it in your life to enhance the processes that you have, or for AI to bring value to yourself, either as a student or even as a business owner? So what I would say is this: we are still in the process of learning and understanding where we can embed AI for it to, give us the value that we want. So as a business person, and in my interactions with my customers, is what we are beginning to see is a pattern of embed AI in your existing processes, embed AI into your existing platforms, and that's the fastest way you will see value. One, don't just start building without a goal. Don't just start building without knowing what the outcome is, because you will get lost in the process. Every new day, a startup at Silicon Valley is coming up with an AI idea. So you will find yourself, picking from all over and not truly realizing the true value of AI and machine learning. As students or as people who are just getting started in the field, my advice to you is keep learning. 2, choose a space where you can specialize, because it's very wide, right? You might get lost in the process of trying to know everything. You can't know everything. I can tell you, I have done all the courses, but there are still places where I will go and consult my staff, right? Why? Because I don't have the same memory that computers have. I forget. And in the process of having conversations, interacting with different business problems, you can get lost, right? So as you learn, as you choose your area of specialization, it's important that, one, if you have a goal of becoming, for example, right? Your goal is to become a data scientist or to become a data analyst. Make sure that whatever else you're learning, whether it's in AI, that it's in line with what you want to do, right? You're becoming a developer. Are you able to leverage Amazon Q? Are you able to leverage, Gemini or all those other tools that you're able to leverage to at least be able to fast track the process? In terms of AI replacing jobs or taking people's jobs, this is what I can say. And maybe reduce the meaning of what I say from my words, is that the job that used to take 5 developers to build in 3 months, now can be done by 1 developer in maybe a month, right? And our focus as employers is shifting from just getting AI engineers, people who can leverage AI to build products much faster. Because in this market, for us at least, speed is the differentiator. And we solve our customers' problems faster than any other person. So, it's learning software engineering, learn to, leverage AI. The foundation, at least for your solution, much faster, right? And there's a buzz of vibe coding where, I can just be seated right there and build a whole solution, right? At least an MVP that can go to market. So when we say replacement, go home, some AI is going to take your desk. No. We are going to look at leverage AI to build more faster. I hope I've answered the question. Yes. One last one, please. One last one. These are the 2 gentlemen we will speak to for the opportunities. The startup ideas were 4, and the 5, interns, right? In the building, and then just give your contacts to them. All right.
So we can do better than that. Sawa, asanteni sana. That was great. So if you have an innovation and you're interested to work with Shinrai Technologies as an intern, you know the guys to see. Mumaona, are we together? Ensure you go and see them. So we want to do a session on women because we are breaking the ice, we are breaking barriers, and cloud is not only for men, but also for women. Sindio? So we are going to celebrate, and we're also going to learn from very incredible women in the IT industry. We are going to hear about their journey, what were their challenges, and what made them decide to venture into the cloud career. So it is going to be a panel discussion, and I'd love to introduce them as they come forward. As they come forward, we do what? A round of applause. Sawa. So our first guest for the Women in Tech panel, we are going to have Nelly Nyadzua, the CEO at Data Alma. Let's clap for her. And also the next person we are going to have is Ruth Murray, who is a cloud engineer from Deloitte. Let's give her a round of applause. The next person we are going to introduce is none other than Adelaide Makoha, AWS Hero, AWS User Group Lead in Kenya. Let's clap for her. Hajafika, let's clap. The next person I'd love to introduce is Defense Murunde, who is the Digital Government Advisor from GIZ. Let's clap for Defense. Then lastly, the lady who is going to moderate our session, Janet Sesang, RC AWS Restart. They look beautiful, right? And you admire all of them, right? And you want to be like them, right? So let's clap for them as Janet takes over the session.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? I know this panel is standing between you and lunch, but we'll try to be brief, and also you're going to find value from this panel. So the topic of the panel discussion is Women Breaking Barriers, Women Thriving. And with me, I have 4 incredible women. And I have to assure you that all of them have broken a barrier. Let me start with Defense, and also I'm going to give them a chance to just say their name once again and say what they do. So Defense is a digital government advisor. She's broken a barrier, right? Yes. Then we have Adelaide. By now, who doesn't know? She's the first AWS hero in East Africa. Isn't that a barrier broken? It is. Next, we have Ruth Murray. And as you look at her, she's acquired all the 12 AWS certifications, meaning that we have another golden jacket on the way. A round of applause. Then we have Nelly. a female tech entrepreneur. So I'll just pass the mic as they say their name once again and what they do.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Defense Mrunda Mgona, as you've heard, and I'm a digital government advisor. I know you're asking yourself, digital government advisor mean? So as a digital government advisor at GIZ, I support governments in developing and designing digital public infrastructure. And I've been doing that supporting Kenya, Somalia, and Djibouti, where I have supported them in coming up with infrastructure to set up digital e-services. How does that work? So we support digitalizing identification, that's ID. So we work with digital ID. We also do digital payments, and we also do something known as data exchange. And this is like, it can be either cloud or data. Support these governments in the different services that they have or they need to digitalize. So I think I'll pass it on to Adeline.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adeline Makoha. I'm a software quality engineer at Safaricom. So what that entails basically is to do the quality checks for the softwares before they go live. So I'm like a gatekeeper. Customer. I'm also an AWS hero and an AWS user group lead, leading AWS user group Kenya, Nairobi, as well as yeah, so this is my 5th year into the program. Thank you.
My name is Ruth Murray. So I serve as a cloud engineer at Deloitte, Nairobi. So basically work in the Deloitte engineering and AI data team, majorly under the cloud AWS migrate and modernization department. So what a day in my life looks like is supporting our AWS clients to migrate from on-premise to the cloud. Like I think Muthoni from Computech already said, so basically moving the clients from using their on-prem data centers that they have to really pay for everything, including power, into AWS, where now they just have to pay for, like, be on a pay-as-you-go format. So that's what a day in my life looks like, basically.
Hello, everyone. Hi. You're hungry? If you are, we can come after lunch, but well, my name is Nelly Nyadzua. I am a rabbi. We are marginalized. We are only 120,000 in Kenya. So you have met one. Hi. I'm the CEO at Data Alma. It is a cybersecurity consulting company, and we offer digital security trainings. We do vulnerability assessment, and cloud IT trainings. That is AWS, and we'll talk about it later on it. And we do a lot of CSR. We work with women. We work with human rights defenders. And we are like the unicorns, upcoming unicorns. And I'm happy to be here.
Okay, thank you so much. So our the experience. And the first question will be, what is that career decision that you made that seemed to be out of the norm? So you can start from Nelly.
Okay, wow. Career decision.
Yes, a career.
I don't fit in boxes and circles. My back mentality, then I moved to media, then now I'm in tech, so clearly that's a whole career shift move. But what is the passion and the impact I give in the community? what solutions can I bring that creatively impact the community? And then that is what has been driving me over and over again in career.
Do you like is a foundation to it, right? So when I was thinking about one that changed everything, when I went into university, I was an electrical engineer. As you know, I was good with electronics, the radios. When my dad was touching anything, I wanted to look at it. So I was very decided I wanted to do electrical engineering. But now, when I applied, then the university electrical engineering because that's what I want. But now when I went there, I'm told. So I'm like, oh no, what will I do? And then I just told the gentleman that was there, okay, what other big courses there? That is big, just under electrical engineering because I can do what I out of the norm because after a big course, then what? But here I am today. I think it changed everything because I'm thriving it. That probably I didn't know that much. Maybe because of the place I grew up, I was great. Yes.
Something that was so usual was to lead the community. So I remember being reached out some time back to be one of the leaders for the volunteer to just be a member and all that. So to cut the long story short, the leading as well as at a personal level, and just to see people, just to see the young going from one career to another and landing their dream jobs, it's really an inspiration for the opportunity that I'm giving back to the community.
I think for me, I'd say joining Ajira digital program. So, and I think I didn't mention where I started, but that's where I started. I joined in, I remember I was coming from a background in computer science, but my step in career, I didn't start with tech. We had started a company that, and then I decided, okay, let me volunteer in training and gender. So I went and joined, it's called Kenya Girl Guides Association, as a member, and then they took me in as a trainee in computer science, and I'm doing nothing tech. I came across Immobilis. That's where I joined. I joined Immobilis, and it was a perfect time. And they were starting a new program. That's the Ajira digital program. And when I joined the Ajira digital program, of course, the focus was on online work. That time, the AWS research program had not yet started. And what I'd like to encourage you is that the people that surround you are very important when it comes to shaping your career path and even shaping where you're going next. Because I was surrounded by a very good boss, I'd say Edna. And Edna was like, Defense, we have a new program known as AWS Research Program, a cloud program, and do you think you would take it up and run with it? And I'd say the fact that I'm a curious person, I'm very curious when it comes to new things, and I'm an initiator. So it's very important also for you to know what you like. Sometimes you can find that someone who's an initiator and someone else at sustaining things. So for me, I'm a very good initiator. When you give me something new, I'll run with it. I really don't care what comes across me. I'll just pick it up and start and run. I took up AWS Restart program at Ajira Digital Program, and I remember us launching the first cohort to take up a course. We had to do the AWS Restart. I think it was 12 weeks. We were also taken through a TOT, training of trainers, for us to understand how the whole program is. So the other point I'd like to encourage you is that some things need you to be patient, and AWS. I didn't know anything about all this technology, but I knew I had other skills, coding, developing, software development skills, and also other to cloud. I was not really, I didn't have the knowledge and the AWS. It was such a success, the first cohort, which was a very, to see how the first launch going so well and being successful. And to date, I'm here, I'm looking at the progress of AWS Restart program, and I'm really happy to see. And from all this, I'd say the one decision that I took, decisions, but again, it's out of the norm because imagine listening to your supervisor. You've been hired to do a specific work, yeah? But it's like, take up more work, and this more work is not coming up, it's not coming with more salary, but it's it. And I'll tell you something, I don't regret it, because this AWS Restart program immediately for our workshop, I came back, and there was plenty of opportunities out there for me in terms of tech, and in terms that I was very, very quick to learn a new technology. So through AWS Restart program, I agreed and got an opportunity to move to another level, which is now infrastructure, which is also, again, a new technology. So that's what I'd say. I'd say listen to people who are surrounding you, especially people who have gone ahead of you. They have seen it all, and they can direct you to the path that when they look at you, they feel.
Okay, thank you so much. Look at the people around you, the people who surround you. So you can start looking to elevate you. Now, Ruth, imposter syndrome. That is something that all our learners will always address and bring it up. They are trying to overcome the door for you in cloud tech. And how did you overcome imposter syndrome?
Okay, that's an interesting one, because I was also a Ajira Digital back then when the government just launched the program. So I think what opened the real door for me was being part of communities. As something for me to be a network to you, it is another for it to be useful to you. So you have to make sure that the connections you make, you're using them usefully. So I think back then, that much, but there were, I think, who were actually the pioneers of the Huawei Club, Microsoft, Oracle Cloud. And so being part of those programs and just working with peers, and then you also that's what actually gave me the privilege to get my first job as a graduate engineer. Actually before graduating. So I'd like to say, do not take these programs for granted. They build you, about you. Everybody probably at one point goes into learning, but then someone who's unique is the one that will. I think I'd like to say the first and probably primary cure of imposter syndrome is for you to name. But then I realized my parents called me Ruth. Everybody else calls me Ruth. I see the government papers. And I'm confident if almost the whole world knows it's Ruth, then actually this is twice telling you my name is Ruth. I've adopted it as an identity. I think that is what we need. If you need to do it over and over and over again. When you're confident about something, you do not second guess. So it to the level you get the confidence. But I think we can get there, especially if you put in the effort, if you work on it.
So my question to all of you, Have you joined a community? Are you in any AWS community or tech community? Now, Adeline, even entry-level jobs require 3 to 5 experience, 3 to 5 years of experience. Now, how many cloud roles ask for 3 to 5 years of experience? How did you get into cloud when your experience did match that?
Okay, so for me, I remember back when I was still in campus, so there was this program called Safaricom Academy. So what they were doing, they were, but another requirement was one to have a solutions architect certificate. But by the time I was applying for that role, I didn't have. The role came in like in November, end of November. Year January. So what I did, just to apply for the role, and then I got shortlisted, but I didn't have that experience. But I remember most of the questions that were being asked during the recruitment process is, what was your role in that project? So for me, I did a project for the course that I was doing undergrad, and that is what I said during that interview. So what you to have 3 to 5 years of experience, but again, it's up to you to work on portfolio, I can say that, so that when you get such questions, you know how to maneuver, and also show an interest of being open-minded, in the sense that if it's a new role, you are in a position to learn more and just to be in that space. So an advice that I'll give you is more or less about continuous learning, because the world is evolving, as well as there's a lot in AI spaces, in technology. So when you continue learning, it helps you to get the job that you want to get. So don't be scared to apply for those various roles. Just apply, because even for the Safaricom internship, it was like my 5th role at Safaricom that I'd applied. Yeah, so I can say you can start applying those jobs as early as you study.
Okay, thank you, Adeline. Now we'll move to the entrepreneur in the house. Nelly, as a tech entrepreneur, how did you identify a market gap? And how did the AWS Restart skill come for you? Where did you apply it in your business?
Okay, I'll answer it in bits. First, the gap. Coming with this business, I had done the restart first, and then I've been entrepreneurial since I can remember. My first business was selling oranges at my grandma's farm, When I was very small, I made my first 30 shillings, and I've been entrepreneurial since. So whatever I do, I always find an opportunity. But now when it comes to tech, I looked at how I could create impact. Like I said, I came from a very non-technical background. That means my degree is in hospitality. Here I have a CCP certificate from Restart. So every role you look for, they'll ask you, do you have computer science or any IT degree? It doesn't make sense, Yes, the Restart will help you with the skills and stuff, but there are some boxes, and I hope the HR team will come and will attack you. There's some boxes you always come and say, if you don't have this, And just getting to the rooms was a challenge. So I saw that is an opportunity to bring back and pull the women. Because I know most women wouldn't apply. They would come and say, okay, I came from journalism, I came from this, I have this certificate, which is awesome. It has a lot of opportunities, but they're not confident enough. And I was in cohort 2, and Naomi was my teacher. I don't know if she's around here. She was very amazing. And she used to call us and talk to us and tell us, okay, come, do this and push hard. And from that, I said, okay, I will form this business. I will give opportunity to my fellow women who are changing their careers and they want to create impact. You don't have to be defined by your past. What you need to know is where you're going, what is your goal, what impact you're creating, and then move on with it, run with it. And that is the platform I created. So I started in community, of course. I'm part of the AWS User Group Kenya. I used to make a lot of noise. Kevin is around. He used to answer all my 2 a.m. Chats, with Adelaide, and a lot of people in the community, they were very helpful, and that was creating projects online. And from there, I started calling other fellow women so that we can work on projects and present. And then business started coming in. A client would come and say, would you come and implement this? And you're like, wow, how much do you charge? And then I'm like, okay, how much should I say? So that is how it started growing. And since then, we have grown to help a lot of SMEs in the same. But then there's this IT academy that I mentioned, where now we are training other students who are not really students, but they're minority. We have students who have done their Form 4. They cannot go to university because of the grading. The Kenyans, you understand the grading systems, they have a chance. So they're the type of students we are taking in and we are skilling them up on cloud. And we started with AWS, of course. And we have awesome trainers. We have an AI on board like Pauline. Hi, Pauline. I had to give her a shout out because being an AI is awesome. Do you know what an AI means? You don't know? So it's what is it, Pauline? So she's shy, but it is an AWS authorized instructor. That means she's authorized to train on AWS services worldwide. It is a very huge accomplishment in the AWS space. But you see, Pauline is kind enough. She has been doing a lot of community work. She's been doing a lot of impact. And I observed her, and I said, that is the type of person I want on my team. And I have a group of a lot of the same on my team who are creating impact. That is how we onboarded them, and that is how we've been working together over and over again. And we have created awesome impact in the community, in the society. Some we talk about them, some we don't talk about them. There's another one coming up, it's in the kitchen, about persons with disability. We are coming up with another another cloud cause for the same, where it will just be purely for visually impaired. And it's a consortium now, not only that Alma with I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about the other team, not yet, but yes, it is coming up, and they're more on the same. And from those impacts, we get to see how it pulls people from the ground, because the opportunities are there, and there are a lot of opportunities. But like I said, there's this imposter syndrome, and there's where you don't have the skills that are needed. And thanks to Restart, it's not only the tech skills that you're taught about soft skills, you're taught about presentation, you're taught about how to even interview yourself. So all that comes, and it's wholesome, and it helps you to push ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Nelly. Women thriving, breaking barriers. So as we wrap up, what advice will you give to someone graduating or has graduated from AWS Restart program? So all the panelists will have a chance.
Mine, I always say, in Kiswahili, it's always a Kiswahili motto. Hakuna mkate ngumu mbele ya chai. That is my motto. So for the English ones, there is no hard bread before tea, yes. Yes, or in front of tea. So yes, that has always been my motto. I love challenges, I love taking risks. I love bringing ideas, bringing life into ideas. You give me an idea, I will run with it, I will bring the whole thing, and then we'll see, okay, now what next? Can we implement it, yes or no? So for the graduates who are coming out here, and I like what the earlier panels have said, you have to graduate your mindset. Don't think about give me job, let me apply for job. And I've met people who are like, nipatie kazi yoyote. My people, there's nothing like kazi yoyote. There's nothing. Tell me I can do this. I can just run an EC2 instance. That is better than someone who tells you, nipatie kazi yoyote, you see? So just take opportunities and, talk about what you do on LinkedIn, on YouTube videos. Join these communities. We usually have the trainings, yeah? They're usually done monthly, and you're asked to volunteer. Who's going to talk about something, how to run an instance, how to do this. And a lot of employers join those webinars. And when they see what you do, you don't have to be perfect. What is your ideation? How are you thinking? When they see that, that is where you get opportunities. So just go there, bring yourself out. The worst you can get is a no. But if you don't ask, it's already a no. So yeah, go out there and always remember, hakuna mkate ngumu mbele ya chai. And as a Christian, God is my grounding. So put God first and he'll always guide your steps. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're probably going to repeat what most of the panelists already said. And Robin already put it. There's no end to learning. So in this tech space, if you want to thrive, you have to be ready to. Because the surprising bit, which is no longer surprising anyway, things change overnight. You could sleep today and realize the technology you used last night is no longer feasible today. So on communities like this, because it's through them that I got my first job. Even after graduating, you want to keep in touch, because a classic example for me was like when they were looking for, because apart from events like this, recruiters will probably reach out to your career office if you have one. I think we had a representative of the Catholic University. In that office, it's easier for you to be hired out there. So like I got my invitation for my job through my university career fair because I was, in the Ajira club, at Microsoft, Oracle. So you want to keep the community, like you want to keep intact within the community as much as possible so that there's visibility for you. But the other thing again is, she's talked of LinkedIn and it's reminded me, apart from my first job that I got through university connection, every other job I've done is through LinkedIn. So you want to keep your professional face very neat and hireable, if I should put it in that word. Because apart from being in this room, the recruiter out there doesn't know you. What they see is what you put on LinkedIn. So if they show up and your LinkedIn doesn't look like it really needs a job, you're doing yourself a disservice. So there's a lot you can do. And then another speaker said, be flexible. I remember when I was looking for my first job, there's a lot of people who'd be like, I want this, I don't want this. When you're starting your career, I usually use two methods for me. When I'm starting off, I'm basically setting my portfolio. Then after a couple of years, give or take how I will work on it, now my portfolio will work for me. Before you get to the place where an employer will poach you, like you hear a lot, you must have worked on it. So I think I'll use the famous saying that people use is, do not eat your seed because somebody else is eating their harvest. If employers are now poaching me from one company to the next, there was a time I was putting that seed in the ground. So this is your season to put it in the ground. When you're seeing me eating mine, do not eat yours. I think at this stage, graduating from this program is for you to just put in the work. Colleagues, money will come. You don't really have to. Money will come. So right now is for you to put in the foundation, because again, the hard truth is the money will not come without that foundation. Even if I gave you a direct referral to Deloitte today, and in 3 months' time you're not performing, your probation will be null and void and you're done. So you have to really, I think it's Timothy who said, I also have to protect my reputation. When I am referring Nelly for a job, I want to be very confident that apart from the fact that she can do the job, HR will not think I just brought in somebody from somewhere. They want to have confidence that, by the way, if you're looking for talent, we actually have people with. So you want to be able to also protect my credibility. So I think that's what I'll leave you with.
Okay, my advice to everyone, number one is to build your portfolio. And this means you make your hands dirty by working on those projects. Number two, join a local community. And I'm inviting you all to my community. Right now we are about for 5,000 plus membership. So it grew all the way from 30 people to 5,000. It's called AWS User Group Kenya. Number three is get a mentor. It's so helpful. And Eric here is my mentor. Yes. So for a mentor, it's the initial. So we usually have our monthly meetups, one-on-one, and most of the time he's driving. Yeah. So I can say it's so helpful because he can guide me, like what to post, because some of the posts I also share with him before it goes online. So I'm like, okay, just the next few, and then that's it. So what I can say, get a mentor. I also have another mentor, but the CEO of Deloitte, I admire her. So I'm like, okay, this is where I want to go. I'm like, this is the path that I would like to follow. You can get a coach. Someone who is there to help you with your technical skills. It can be your manager. It can be your teacher. Yes, at school. And also you need another person who is a sponsor, but not that sponsor that you know. So for my sponsor, this is the person who will vouch for you. Someone like Nelly. She knows me. She'll say, Ade, there's this opportunity somewhere. Please share your resume. I share it with the recruiter.
Okay. As for me, the one thing I'd love to leave with you is that we know. And what does that mean? That means that the opportunities are endless. So as you enter the career space or as you're graduating, just know there are so many opportunities. And it's never too late to start learning a new skill, start learning anything new, especially in tech. And one thing I'd want to encourage you is that work on your speed of learning. How quick can you pick up a new skill, new knowledge, or any new tech that is coming or is evolving? The other thing I'd love to encourage you is be futuristic. Go out there, do your research. Start looking at where is, like right now, everyone is talking about AI, but where is AI going? You want to be ahead of the game, and that's very important because being ahead of the game makes you a creme de la creme out there. Everyone wants someone who's futuristic, forward-moving, and a visionary. So please work on that, and that comes in through research for you to understand where's the market moving towards, where is tech moving towards. It can be another career path, or where is cloud moving towards. And also apart from that, I would encourage you, like Adeline has mentioned, have mentors. And these mentors can be people you admire or people you want to work with. And it can be anyone that you feel like that's where you want to be in terms of your career or your growth. So that's it from me. Thank you.
So thank you so much, our panelists. But before we go, we have to bust something. So we have a quick fire, and you bust it, right? What is that one myth about women in tech you like to bust? 30 seconds. Bust it.
Let me bust the fact that the myth is women are not good at tech. But let me tell you, women started tech.
Okay, I think I'll just say I'll say the same thing, because it happens more so at work. In my team, we are only like 3 ladies. And for you now to join another role, if it's a lady exiting, it means that role has to be filled by a lady. If it's a man, then it means if they get a lady that is so competent, then they'll take the lady. So there's this rule of 7-3, whereby we have 7 gents, 3 ladies. But I'm so sure women we are trying our best, yes, as we compete with men.
I don't know why I feel it's like one myth we are interested in busting. But I kind of think it builds on the same, the myth that women are not interested in tech or not as good. But I read somewhere the first programmer was actually a woman. I actually just did not get the name, but the first programmer was actually a woman. Exactly. So we are as interested as any other person. I think our undoing basically is the imposter syndrome. We actually have the skills. We are well placed. You just feel like, okay, am I good enough to stand there? But we are.
So they have said it, whatever they said. But anyway, they say, if you have looked at the work ratings, they say women don't make it to the C-suite. Most men, the higher you go, the more men and the lesser women because of family and anything. So I am here to tell you, whatever you put your head into, as a woman, you can do it. You can be a leader, you can be in the C-suite, you can be a family woman, and you can do all that and accomplish and be the best. And you can balance it all.
So we've come to the end. A round of applause to our panelists. So we hope that you have been encouraged and you're going to take the next step in your career. So we have a token of appreciation.
Another one. Ladies, are you motivated? Guys, are we motivated? Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate for sitting in for so long. I know we are very, very hungry. Yeah? But let me just give my sentiments. I feel like an older parent who is about to release their 20-year-old kid or 23-year-old kid after they've graduated and they've gotten their first job. Nah, man, you know that feeling. I know we are not parents, or if you have parents in the room, there's that feeling. Being that Adeline was in, I think, cohort 1, Nelly, I think cohort 2 or 3, I might not remember. It's really heartwarming for all of us as instructors. And for all of you also when we request for success stories. So mine is to really appreciate all of you. So I won't waste a lot of time. Najua njaa inatumaliza. So we are going to use Benson Mwisho as our landmark. Yeah? So once we exit the room, Benson will be at where we were actually taking breakfast. You'll see Benson there alongside Rhoda, and they'll direct you to a hall called Mwisho. Mwisho will take you to Mwisho Hall. Are we together? So please make sure. Also, if you don't have a meal card, reach out to Benson. He'll also assist you on the same. For our special guests, you'll still convene at the same place where you took your breakfast. So thank you, guys. I need someone to lead us in our word of prayer as we head for lunch. And one more thing. The afternoon is going to be really fun, interactive, where we're going to have a recruiters panel. And the essence of the recruiters panel is for us to hear about our recruiters. Sindio? I know we are really hungry, but after we've eaten, let's come back. Let's hear from our recruiters. We might have something in store for you, just like Timothy had something in store for you. So I think I'll stop at that, and I'll request someone to lead us in a word of prayer so that we can have our lunch. Anyone? Okay.
Let us pray. God, we come before you, thanking you for having given us this chance to be here, and even having been with us throughout the sessions, oh Lord. Thank you, God, Father Heaven, for your grace of our lives. And even as we go to have our lunch, we ask that we bless it before we take it. And we please provide for those who don't have, and bless for them as well. Be with us even as we come for the next session. May you bless our speakers, and even in all that they do, oh God, Father Heaven, be with us. And may your grace be with us in all that we do. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So let's start the journey. Tuanze safari, yeah? Oh yeah, we are coming back at exactly 2:45. 2:45. So let's try and have our lunch as fast as possible. So meet Benson at the place where we had our lunch, our breakfast. Better than the rest. I know you met Elisha virtually, yeah? But he's now on the ground. All the way from, he will explain where he's from. Then we have John Jenga from Exelon, human resource consultant and HR expert. So let's give him a hearty clap as well. And finally, we have our very own Caroline Natalia Machua, corporate staffing, head of recruitment, my people. Head of recruitment at corporate staffing. Karibu sana, Madam Caroline. So we'll give them time to answer some questions that we have for them. And because of time, we'll also limit probably a few questions, but I'll leave that to the moderators. I know you probably know Naomi, but I'll also give them a chance to introduce themselves. But let me start with Kevin. Mnajua Kevin Tuwei? How many know Kevin Tuwei? Mmemuona mara mingi, eh? So kwa hivyo hakuna haja kumintroduce, ndio? Okay, let's hear from Kevin. So Kevin, karibu.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. How are you feeling? Have you had nice lunch? Okay, good. I can see people are smiling. You really had lunch on research. So we're going to start a bit. We're going to co-moderate these. You know, this panel is packed, right? We realized that we cannot handle them. No one person can handle them. So we decided we are going to co-moderate these together with Naomi. And before we get even to the panelists, I'd like to have Naomi take the mic that is there and introduce herself. Before she does that, my name is Kevin Tuwei, for those who are hearing my voice and seeing me for the very first time. Someone was asking me, what do you do? And I said, I have so many titles, I don't know which ones that I do. But I am a CTO and a board member for SolarVis Technologies Institute that is registered in Virginia and Cameroon. I'm also a consultant. You heard about Data Alma, right? I'm also a consultant with them, and I do a lot in terms of building communities. I'm the user group leader for AWS AIML Kenya, and also an AWS community builder. Currently hold only like around 6 certifications of AWS. I'm inspired to get to 12 like team, maybe sometime next year. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Naomi. I believe you all know me, right? By the show of hands, how many knows Naomi? Everyone. So there's no need of introduction, right? Yeah, I'm Naomi. I'm AWS instructor as well. I'm the careers and coordinator. I'm regional coordinator careers. I'm in charge of alumni, and I'm the one who've been reaching out to you oftenly. And I'm glad to have all of you today in this recruiters panel, because that is where we really speak opportunities. We speak the job market. And today I'm glad to have these great people here just to discuss issues to do with opportunities, job market, the trends and all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naomi. I want to connect with our panelists, right? So I have a challenge for you before you even get to have them. They are just heard about their titles. I'm going to give you a list. I had a session with them, and I know something that you guys don't know, but I want you guys to know, right? Do you want to know what? Easy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you some list of 6 interesting things, but I'm not going to tell you who. Then repeat. I'm going to give you 6 interesting things that I know about each of the panelists. Randomly, you know, it's not in any order. Then you'll try of matching, right? For AI practitioners, so you'll do that. Okay, so the first one, they were DJ when you were in uni. Specifically in church, please, they love speed. Kama ni gari ikienda 40 inajikokota. 40 kilometers. The funny thing is, they just learned driving less than 2 years ago. And love dairy farming. Try to look at who look like they can go to the shamba. Then the final one is one of them here. Comment tu t'appelles? And everything in between in terms of French. So, the mic. Who wants to say the one that you feel? Who is any of those? And you say. So there is Rose, Elisha, and John. Yes. Yes, for someone who is going to match correctly. And yes. So the one for speed, Nat can't ride a bike. Okay. Yeah, keep that in mind. Cindy, is she correct? No. But I'm making it easier for you guys. So anytime someone misses the point, no. Yeah. So you want to try this here? Only one, please. Usimalizie watu. Moja.
The one who can...
100%, yeah.
So you are correct. Look for me. Yes. And 2 more chances left.
I think the day...
Kwenda shamba?
No.
She said no. John, is that correct?
No.
Yeah. And we agreed with him that yes. Dairy farmer. Nice. Just because of you,
Yes, he is correct.
Because inaonekana answers zimeanza kujulikana zote. Yes? Please proceed. Who? Susan has never rode a bike. Again, congratulations about that. Was that fun? Yes, so as they introduce themselves, yes, at this juncture, I'll start with Susan, and can just do a very brief intro, 30 seconds, then can go.
So my name is Susan. I don't think I have a lot to say about myself. Yeah, looking forward to a good discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Courtesy of the government not giving me a driving license for the main I've been driving. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rose Mwende. I'm head of recruitment at Brighter Monday. I assume you know about job seekers, and we connect you with employers. There was DJing in church in my uni days. Will become one even as I grow older. My background is actually tech. I studied computer science here in Koya. I was in this room in one of the classes, and I transitioned to do recruitment somewhere along the way. And I really enjoy what I do, and I'm excited to be here.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Elisha, but you can just call me Kenny. I currently live and work with a company in Berlin, in Germany, called Terra Talent. So for those who are interested in building their careers abroad, maybe working with a German company, then you can just reach out to me. Before now, I lived in multiple countries in the Middle East, in Africa, Tanzania, Uganda. And yeah, so I love to empower young people in building their careers. And I'm happy to be here. Originally I'm from Nigeria, as you can see from my outfit, from my accent. I'm proudly a Nigerian. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And my name is John Jenga. I'm a HR consultant. I'm also the only dairy farmer in the room. It's a pleasure to be here since morning. We have really learned a lot. I hope, Naomi, there is a certificate of attendance for AWS, for HR people, for attending the whole day. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Caroline Natalia, head of recruitment at Corporate Staffing Services. I believe everyone, if not everyone, most of us have heard of corporate staffing. So we are a recruitment firm. We also do HR consultancy, and we also do trainings, majorly soft skill trainings. And I'm also a trainer. Thank you.
So thank you so much, our panelists. We are happy to know you more, especially on the organization that you work with, and we are really looking forward to more engagement. So just an heads up, John is not only a farmer, but also he transitioned from IT with first-class honors, and is now an HR. Nothing is impossible in this world, right? You're laughing? Okay, so we want to go directly to our questions, and I'd like to ask our panelists today. I know most of these participants today have skills, have qualities that you look for in talent. But I'd like you to explain to us, when you are hiring, what do you really look for in talent? Because sometimes you go there and you get regrets. What are some of the things that you look at as a recruiter in talent? Skills, qualities, yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I was just thinking about what he said. I hope I got the question correctly. What do we look for when we are recruiting? The first thing that we'll talk about, and especially because we are talking about tech, is that any recruiter who has advertised for a job and has given a very clear job description out there, the first thing that we'll be looking for is if the candidate who have applied for these jobs has what we call the technical skills. Of course, that comes first. The only issue is that for you to send an application, probably you will give a CV, you will say, I have this certificate and this certificate, and that will help you to get shortlisted. Now, the most important thing is to make sure that not only a certificate, it's not just a paper certificate, but an in-depth understanding of the technical skills that you say you have. Of course, some people will try to overrate and overstate their skills, which lands them a problem. I believe the other panelists are going to talk about in the interview. The other thing that we look at is what we call which we overlook all the time, is what we call the soft skills. You know, you can have all the hard skills, the technical skills, but if you lack the soft skills, then what is going to happen is that I've seen many people being knocked out in the process of recruitment and selection just because they don't have the right soft skills. So what are we talking about? We are talking about your ability to articulate, to communicate. Are you able to communicate tech solutions to, you know, underline them to business needs? Are you able to work with others in terms of team collaboration? Or are you a person who works in isolation? Are you someone who is trustworthy? Do you have the right attitude that will help you to interact with others in terms of having interpersonal skills? So these are some of the things that we look at when we are recruiting. And obviously, the first thing that goes to a recruiter's desk is your application package. Could be the application letter, could be the CV or the resume. How well is it structured? How have you communicated yourself? Can your CV sell you in your absence? All right? Have you just taken a job description and pasted it on your CV and you call it a CV? Are you talking about impacts of things that you have done, achievements that you have in your career, whether it is internship or attachment or some personal assignments or jobs you have done? Have you been able to highlight them in your CV? So these are some of the things that we look at pre-interview, all right? Or when we are doing what we call long listing and obviously shortlisting for an interview.
Maybe just a follow-up question. So how can they align themselves well when they are coming for these opportunities, when they are coming for the interview as well as on CV?
I think in terms of aligning yourself when you're preparing to apply for a job, the first thing that you need to do is to make sure that the documents that you're putting together speaks for you in your absence. If you're talking about the CV, a CV is a very powerful document. The way you have highlighted what you have done, are you able to highlight achievements or impacts that you have done in the projects that you have accomplished? A good example is, instead of pasting duties and responsibilities under a certain project that you handled, probably saying, I worked with AWS as an example. You can talk about the impact that your work created. Probably I reduced cost by 20% on a project that I did, and then go to the next one and get to the next one. What will happen is that this will catch the the recruiter's eye. The other thing that we need to do is to make sure that we may not have everything that the job advert asked for, right? Because one of the common questions that we get all the time is that recruiters are asking for experience, all right? Where am I going to get experience? And the answer is very simple. If you don't have it, then just create it. How can you create your experience? If you don't have a job that you can talk about for the last 3 or 5 years, then let us not wait until that time we have a job so that we can create or build experience, but we can be proactive by doing things that will help us to build our experience. This could even be volunteership. Someone said here that what fishermen do when they can't go fishing is to do what? Is to repair the net. So let us be very active. Let us not wait for that job so that we can build experience. And no recruiter will tell you that we want experience from employment. Nobody will ask you for a contract of employment letter so that you can prove that you have experience. What we want to see is that have you utilized the skills that you learned practically on the job environment?
Usher in Kevin.
So I have a question for Nat and Nelly, right? And I'll start with Nat, then we'll go to Nelly. we say we're, for example, I'm very big on personal branding and humble brag, 9,000 plus followers on LinkedIn means that I'm doing something that people really want to check, right? But is that the only thing that requires for you to measure up when you have little or no experience? Or are there other things that someone, because you know all the AWS graduates and alumni, most of them don't have experience. So what can they do to level up and be at par when they're competing with those who are coming with good numbers of years of experience? Not the name.
Thank you. Yeah, so personal branding is a very key aspect, especially for, not just especially, but for everyone. It doesn't matter what point of your career you're at. There's this thing people say before they buy whatever you're selling or whatever you're presenting to somebody, they're buying you first. So additionally to what John has said, personal branding starts from your resume. So how does your resume look? Does it speak on behalf of you because you're not in that room? Second, online presence. Kevin has mentioned LinkedIn, which is quite a powerful tool, especially for professionals. Does your LinkedIn also complement what is in your resume? There are those who go a notch ahead higher and they also do content. You start doing content creation and you share it. So it's also more or less building on that resume. As John said, don't wait for the opportunity to come to you. You can create some of these opportunities. Another aspect is also how you, because there's the verbal and the non-verbal communication. I think these are some of these things we were taught, but we really are not really keen on them. We focus more on the technical that we end up forgetting the soft skills, which go hand in hand. So how do you also present yourself? If you go for an interview, do you dress the part also? Do you understand who you're going to interview with? Because you have to also look like you've done your homework. Let's say you're going to interview for a bank and you go there maybe dressed in some jeans or some sportswear, and you know banking institutions, they have a type of a dress code. So personal branding is, there's the online and then there's the you as a person. So both should be given as much and as equal attention. So if you work on your resume, or your online presence, also work on yourself. Your soft skills, your branding, how you present yourself, your confidence, how you also communicate.
Maybe the other thing to add to what John and Nat has said, how you think about your presence is three things, or how you think about what potential employers are looking for, whether you have experience or not. It's always three things. One, your hard skills. Two, your soft skills. Three, your culture and personality fit. Every employer is looking for someone who matches with what it is that they need in their business. So then how do you present yourself in a way that will allow you to compete with, I can hear myself back. Anyway, let's continue. So how do you compete with the other people who you've done this program with Immobilis, there's someone else who will go do a program with Moringa and ALX and all the others. Imagine all of you are getting into the same job pool. So you're looking at how do I stand out? So outside of what then they have said, the other thing that I'll say is please be public as much as possible. What do I mean by that? Where there are networking activities, where there are sessions that are happening, please make sure you're present there. A job doesn't have to be something that you apply online. You can also get opportunities by people you have interacted with. It's easier for me to even want to listen to you and when I say me, it's not me, hiring managers to want to listen to you if they already know you. So if I've interacted with Kamau, I've interacted with Mutoa from wherever space, it's easier for me to want to listen to you and even recommend you for jobs when they become available. The other thing that then you have to be keen about is storytelling, okay? You're coming into the field without any hard skills. So the only thing that you have is the certifications, maybe the education background that you have. So what you have to be leveraging on is not everyone knows what you've been trained on. If you've done something in networking, what does networking actually mean? What did you learn from that? If then you were able to do a project during your study, talk about it. I want to be able to look at numbers. As John said, don't just copy-paste duties and responsibilities, have numbers. So say, and it's not numbers per se, but have something that aligns with what it is I'm looking for. So talk about, I was able to avoid downtime, I was able to solve problem X, I was able to do X and Y and Z from the different programs and events you've been able to attend. And then the final thing is, when you are applying for opportunities, please customize your CV. The number of times we see people applying for jobs and you had applied for a job with Fuzu, and tomorrow you're applying for a job with Brighter Monday, and on the cover letter I see, hey Brighter Monday, I want to be able to, one, that shows me that you have no attention to detail, right? And that's a very critical element that anyone is looking for. So finally, please work on your soft skills. So communication, attention to details, being organized, be presentable, and show a bit of confidence, right? I mean, when you have a little bit of confidence, it will get you so far as compared to when you, for lack of better words, a bit timid. So build your confidence beyond anything else. Yep.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Nelly. Really appreciate it. Can take the mic to Naomi. She has a question for Susan and Rose.
For Susan and Rose, you realize that nowadays almost everyone has certification. It can be Restart, through Restart program, can be Microsoft, AWS, all those certifications, Cisco. The question I would ask today is certification enough for the job market? And how can they improve their skills, or how can they prepare for the real world challenges when they're having their certifications?
Thank you so much for that question, Naomi. So I'll just build up on what Nelly has said around standing out. So as she said, there's so many programs, there's so many certifications. Everyone is, coming up with a tech program for you to do, and you graduate, and it's like, now I'm here, I have this degree or diploma, and I have this certification. So what is it that will make you stand out in the job market? And literally you have to, I think I like what John said, you have to go and create opportunities for yourself, which means I think there are guys who mentioned there's some projects or products or innovations they're working on or have worked on. Put that on your CV, because it shows you've actually tried to solve a problem. You've gone the extra mile over and above the certification that you've gotten. Add those projects you've done, even if you were in uni or in the program that you did a project, put it there, because those are the things that will help you to stand out over and above the papers. The truth of the matter is that for a technical role, we can't say that if you don't have technical education background, you'll be given that role. But that education background is almost like the basis and foundation for the work that you will do. So what do you add on top of that? You've done your bachelor's, you've done your AWS, you've done your Cisco's, your CCNAs, you've done the Ajira's, all those things. Then on top of that is the soft skills. It's that bit of innovation. It's that bit of kujituma, send yourself, kujituma. is that visible on your CV? Because before I meet you as a recruiter, what I'll look at is your LinkedIn profile, I'll look at your CV, I'll look at your GitHub profile, I'll look at all those other technology communities if you have your profile there. And over and above that, I'll be like, okay, I need to see in your CV, other than your schoolwork and your certification, what else has this person done? And that's how you get to kind of prepare for real world challenges, because that bit of kujituma, that bit of creating something, even if you haven't sold it, even if you haven't presented it to a business to buy, that you actually saw a problem, you did something about it, I can click a link to see what it is all about, then that shows me that this person is able to kind of adjust and adapt in an environment that requires you to problem solve. Because tech is literally solving problems, right? The things that we are doing, the things that we are building to solve problems. So if I see examples of that in your person, looks like they have the skills to actually come into my organization. And I would say over and above the certifications, over and above the degree, you need to build on so that then you can be able to stand out and you can be marketable in the job market.
Let's clap for him, for her. Thank you.
Hi. So for me, what I look at, and I would say as an employer, I would put aside the certificates. I'm not saying that I wouldn't consider the certificate, but what can you do as an individual? And I found that many people send us CVs. They apply for a job, maybe at Angani or any other technical company. Then they look at what these people do. You're just reading through my website, copy-pasting what is there and saying you have that skill. You come to the interview room, I ask you 2 questions, you have no idea what I'm talking about. So as much as you have to have a CV, right, that matches the expectations, please make sure you know what you're writing. Know your stuff, right? Second thing is attitude. CV will not, certificates will not teach you how to have good attitude, right? You come to me, I ask you a question, you respond in a way that you're not supposed to, it's not professional, of course, you're dismissed, right? So make sure you have the proper soft skills, right? And also certificates don't help you in the hands-on experience. I like when a student comes to me and says, I don't have experience, I am willing to learn, and this is what I have done. I ask you, do you do Linux? You tell me, I'm actually dual booting on my machine. And these are the projects I've been able to do. This is what I can do, right? So there you're showing me that you're passionate about what you want to do. So it's not only about certificates, it's about what you as a person is passionate about.
Wow, thank you so much. Let's clap for Susan. And as we get on to this, I know there's a question that also Lucas would be interested to get to hear the answer to. There's this thing about collaboration, right? And I believe it's also part of the metrics that Restart looks at in terms of placements, right? How are you getting, not just churning out those who are graduating from the Restart program, how many of them are actually getting jobs? And I'd like to start with Elisha and the team, Corporate Staffing, Brighter Monday, and Fuzu. How can Brighter Monday, Fuzu, Terra Talent, and Corporate Staffing come together with the AWS Restart program to provide these opportunities, or even make graduates of the Restart program stand out in these interviews? Elisha.
All right, thank you very much. I was just enjoying the conversation so far. I would like to give a bit of some statistics. Currently in Germany, the average working age is 55. What this means is in the next 5 years, Germany will lose more than 30% of the workforce. So there is a huge demand for jobs, like people to come and work in Germany, because the population is very old. So we need young people to come to Germany to work. And because of the AI trend, there's a huge demand for IT specialists, mostly cloud engineers, DevOps, AI engineers, data engineers. So there's a huge demand. And this is why I came all the way from Berlin for this, because the problem is currently now we have over 100,000 unfilled position, and in 2 years it's getting up to over 300,000. And we have talent in Africa, but many people don't really know how to navigate these opportunities. People don't even know about Germany. Last year we spent a lot of money traveling to different countries, visiting a lot of coding schools in Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa, to bridge that gap. So there is opportunities in Germany, to be honest. So as people who are graduating, young people, you need to explore these opportunities. So to be honest, most German companies, they want people to come on the ground. Remote work is good. I work remote before now, but they still want people, it's just a cultural thing. They want people to work on the ground. Of course, you can work on projects, you can build your portfolio. I started my career, he talked about volunteering. I had a background in agriculture. In university, I did my master's in sustainable international agriculture, but I never worked in the farm. All my life, I've been doing different kind of job in human resources, project management in different countries, even in Singapore. We helped over 500 young people got jobs with companies in Southeast Asia. So there's a huge demand for cloud engineers, DevOps. So if you can position yourself, if you understand the German business, because also there's the aspect of culture. The way Germans work, they're very different from the way we work. So you need to understand the whole cultural, the work culture, even how you approach a German company is very different compared to Americans. The way I work with a company in US is very different to a German. So you need to learn all of this. And people don't even know where to find these opportunities. So this is why I love the work we are doing at Terra Talent. We're trying to bridge that gap. We're trying to use our expertise and relationship with these German companies to connect IT specialists, young people to fill in those jobs. We have a project currently we are building in Nigeria, but mostly for very senior cloud engineers. For Rwanda, we're looking at entry levels. So there is opportunities. You just need to know exactly what you want. Then we can help you get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for Elisha. As we're wrapping up this because you want to also make sure you have enough time to ask questions, right? So as you're getting to the wrap up of these questions that you're asking, be thinking about the question and who you're going to direct it to. We're happy to have them answer most or if not all of your questions. I'll ask Naomi to take it on the next question, that is going to be on things around hiring, the hiring trends. Yes.
Okay. Let me direct this question to Fozo and again Terra Talent. So what are some of the hiring trends in technology and cloud job market today, and how should job seekers adapt, especially now that everyday IT and technology is dynamic? How can you advise them to stay on board with these changes in technology?
All right. So I'll talk about Germany and Europe. But they already said some of these things. To be honest, even me, I want to look at your certificate. I don't care about your degree. I don't care about those things. I've worked in like 5 or 6 countries, and nobody ever asked me what I study, are you a first class? I was the best graduate student, but nobody cares about all of this. So in Europe, people will hire you for your skills. Yeah. Sometimes we don't even look at your CV. We want to look at your portfolio. Have you worked on projects? What was the impact? What was the report? Because CV is not even enough. Yeah. So these are some of the things you should have at the back of your mind. Certificate is just, it doesn't really count. What really counts is your skills. So for those people here who want to really explore the hiring trends in Europe, there's a huge demand for cybersecurity. Like I said, cloud engineers, there's a huge demand. So you need to build this kind of demand skills. Then beyond the technical skills, they already talked about soft skills. And to be honest, over 90% of recruiters in Europe prioritize soft skills over hard skills, because we also believe we can train you. Yes, we believe that even though you have the best portfolio, you have the best skills, when you come to Europe, you realize that you still need to learn. Companies invest money in training.
Yes.
So soft skills will make you stand out to employers. Then what is also, I would say, important is integration, like understanding the German culture. Yeah, you need to understand the culture. You need to understand how you position yourself. This is something very crucial. You need to really know how to impress. Your story is your power. Yeah, you need to learn how to impress and sell yourself, show your motivation. So I think these are some of the things I can share with regards to trends for young people to explore. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. I can add 2 more or 3 more to it. One, just want to emphasize that skills over degree, right? There's a time when, as a recruiter, you'd look at where someone went to school. If someone went to a tier 1 university, you'll be like, this is probably better than tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 4. But that's not the case anymore. Regardless of whether you've gone to school, done a degree, done a diploma, done a certificate, you all start at the same level. So what speaks for you is the skills. So that's the first trend that we have been seeing. Employers don't emphasize a lot nowadays on what degree someone has. A degree is now an added advantage more than a must-have requirement. The second thing that we do have, and I took notes, is we have talked about testing, and not testing, but hard skills and soft skills. So one of the trends that's there is whenever you're applying for jobs, regardless of where you're applying for jobs, there's integrated testing that's going to evaluate your hard skills and your soft skills. He has talked a bit about the fact that people are always looking for your attitude more than what experience you have. So you might come in, and for your case where you might not have a lot of experience, please leverage on the soft skills that you have built over time. The other trend that we are seeing is, of course, AI is taking over any industry that's out there, including hiring, okay? So you have to also be a bit smart with how you're going about this. Gone are the days where, and we have emphasized that copy-pasting duties, responsibilities will not work for you. You have to be able to have a CV that speaks for you, but then also having an ATS-ready CV. Why? Because it's very few organizations nowadays that give you an email to send a job application. You'll probably apply through a platform, whether it's Fuzu, whether it's then the others, that will then take you through a process. As you put your profile, please always remember that you're competing for these opportunities with other people. And one of the things that you always need to do is ensure completeness of your profile. Why? If you just come in, there's a laziness that comes with job application, and especially if you've been doing it for a while, you become tired and fatigued, and you're like, why should I apply for another one? But because you're looking for a job, you always need to be taking every job as the first job that you're applying for. So ensuring that your CV is well presented, as Susanna said, ensuring that what you've done is very articulated, and all these different other things. The other thing that he has talked about is things have gone remote as well. And you can get opportunities both in Kenya and globally. And one of the things that we are seeing, even for us, and I'll probably answer this by answering how can this be able to partner with Fuzu, for example, is that we have access to opportunities, okay? And the opportunities where you're able to work with local companies, but also work with global companies. So you have to be open to that. But then that comes with an elevated level of expectation. I expect that you who is in Kiambu in Kenya, you're able to operate like someone who is in New York, US, okay? What does that then mean? That you shouldn't be expecting, if we have a culture of being followed up, being asked to communicate, being asked to elaborate, you shouldn't have that if you're competing for the same job. So you need to really, really research and see how do people in different other communities or countries engage differently than we do, and try and remove those. If you have those elements, you don't have those elements yourself, work towards solving them. So really leverage on opportunities going global, but then also be ready for them. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's clap for Nelly and Elisha. So it's, thank you. And one more clap for all the panelists for the amazing job that they've done. So that's why I want to move from the podium, because it's your time. It's time for you to ask your questions. And we have the roving mic. Anyone who has a question for any of the panelists? Okay, we have 1, 2, the far end. Let's start ladies first. Let's start from that end. And then we can go to that, and then 3. We'll just get only those 3 because of time. And then definitely, tunanyuma ya tent, sindio? There's coffee, there's some tea. Iko kwa pay grade, but you can find ways of getting tea. Anyways, over to you for the question, and please introduce yourself. I'd like to know you. We can't hear you. Let me just give you this. Or it's on. Turn it on.
It's on. Okay. So thanks a lot for the insightful words, and they were quite amazing. And I have a question that is phrased in two ways. So it's a simple question for all the panelists. Where do you think graduates go wrong when it comes to applying for jobs? Because sometimes you apply for a job but don't get a feedback. Which question would you expect graduates to ask you, which they don't ask you? So maybe they come and ask you, how can I grow? How would I get a mentor? So which question do you expect? I wish a graduate could ask me this question. That's my question. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Warokera. I know how to ride a bike. Okay, so one of the mistakes that I see, especially new applicants or people with less experience do when they are applying. So first thing is first, when it comes to your resume, I see sometimes some people, it's like you want to compensate for the lack of experience. Then you get a very long resume. It has unnecessary things, your hobbies, some things there. It's not well drafted. These are things that you should remove from your CV. Let it be very short, very specific, very clear. The other thing is applying for jobs that you know you're not qualified. Ile tu tuambiane ukweli. You are just starting. Then you see a CTO job. Then you apply. To be honest, let's be very realistic. And I like what Nelly said. The laxity of applying jobs comes from also that. You become a serial applicant. Wewe unaona job, rusha CV. No. So be very realistic also. Look at the job. What does it require? I like, there's this person I know who always say, me if a job I match almost 60-70%, I can apply. But if I'm nowhere, I don't want to. Because now you'll start saying, Akimi, I apply for jobs. I've become, wanasemaje, kutafuta kazi imekuwa kazi. My work is now as an applicant. But are you really applying to the right job? Is this job the one that you're looking for? Also, the lingo that you use. I'll give an example. When you're doing a cover letter, let's say you're doing to an NGO. What language do NGOs speak? They speak about impact. So customize your applications, whether it's your resume, whether it's your cover letter. When it comes to profit making, they talk about profits, revenue, and things like that. So please make sure those three things: customize your CV, be realistic with the jobs that you're also applying, and also in terms of understanding the kind of organization that you're speaking to when you're applying.
Okay. Just to add on to what Nat has said, I've said we're in the age of AI, and one of the things that we see, especially because when you're applying for any job on Fuzu, you'll be asked to have a cover letter. So what do people do? Take the job post, take it to ChatGPT, and post it back as a cover letter. What then that means is you and 22 other people will have the same cover letter, right? But then that cover letter has overemphasized what you have. So I'll look at your cover letter, I'll look at your CV. I'm like, I don't even see any of these things that you say you've done being reflected on your CV. So just like she said, you shouldn't, just because a job is asking you for skill X and you don't have the skill X, do not lie. So one of the biggest mistakes that people do is they lie, okay? So please stop lying. You can always say you're in the road to learning something, or you have a skill up to level 2 and it's needed at to level 10. I'll choose that person over someone who comes and tells me they have 9, and I put you in a situation to really show you have the skill and you don't. Then to the question on what would I expect a job seeker to ask that they don't ask, and this is specifically for if you're entry level. If you get an opportunity to get into an interview or at least interact with someone who is hiring for a role, one of the things I would really, really ask you, make sure you ask them, is what could I have done differently, okay? Or how is there anything based on my description that didn't come out well, or how can I make it stronger? So it's the same thing, so how to make your profile a bit stronger. That person will be able to at least highlight some of the gaps that you have or the strengths you have, and then you take that and make sure you build it for the next job or from the next application. Yeah.
Let me just, one more just on top of 30 seconds, yes. One of the other things you can ask an interviewer is, what does success look like for this role? Because what that does, it helps you understand what the hiring manager is really looking for, and then it can help you in your next interview.
Probably my contribution to the first question is that when we send an application and you don't get a response, it's good to know and to accept that it is not a guarantee or a must that you get a response, because you really get frustrated if you keep on saying that I have not gotten a response. If you attend an interview, probably, yes, you can expect a response. So I have seen many people asking that question, that we are sending applications and nobody is responding to us. So the question is, why then are we not getting the response? There's a growing trend I have seen of people looking for professional CV writers. You get someone to do it for you. You don't even know what they have put inside there. Probably that name is their grandmother, and you don't even know. And then when you receive it, you don't even go through it. You push it, and then, when a recruiter looks at it, and sometimes we receive so many applications, so you don't have a lot of time. Any small error is good enough to make my work easy and just to put it aside. The other thing that happens that makes you not get a response is the consistency in your CV. 2020, you are a shopkeeper. 2021, you are a programmer. 2022, you are selling milk somewhere. And then, so it's quite important to make sure that your CV is talking about the job that you're applying in a consistent manner. I know there's a time that I had the opportunity to do some online session on CV writing and career to AWS team. And I think we talked about it. Consistency is very important. Then there is this issue of job hopping. If you have 3 months you worked in this company, then another 2 months in another one, then you moved, then I am not going to recruit someone who is going to just be here as a, take this job as a stepping stone. So it's quite important for people also to realize, especially this young generation, about patience, about accepting to grow slowly, about, but I think there's also some level of impatience that is growing within us, that we want to move. This job is giving me this much, and then after 3 months, my friend has bought a new car, I want to get a new job and get more money. And then what that does to your CV is actually damages your CV when we see a lot of job hopping. And the last one is, these days, we are using what we call ATS, or application tracking systems, and we look for, these systems look for keywords. So the way you represent these keywords in your documents is very important, because that will also help us to long list and short list and put you in the list that will be interviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Hansel, and I have 4 questions, but one has been partially answered. One is, how do you assess soft skills like leadership or adaptability or flexibility during recruitment without relying on subjective impressions? Secondly is, if you have 2 candidates, and I think Elisha has weighed in from his experience with international corporations, one with proper technical skills but poor soft skills, or the other with lower technical skills but profound soft skills, which one would you pick? Which one are you able to grow easily? Third question is, what's one practice as a HR professional? I'm asking this so that they say that if you want to understand the person with whom you're cooking your food, it's good to get to know their taste buds. So as we're going to cook after this, we want to understand from a HR perspective, what's one practice you'd change in the HR field in terms of hiring biases? And the last, which now culminates the last question, what are some hiring biases you have when it comes to recruitment?
Hi everyone, William again. So my question is to the entire panel. I have 2 candidates, candidate A and candidate B. They have seen an ad for a job and they are both qualified, but there are 2 qualifications that separate them. So the first qualification is they both need to have a minimum of 2 years of experience. And the other qualification is a professional certification. Is not a must, but is an added advantage. So candidate A has 2 years of experience, and candidate B has 3 years of experience. So I want to know from the panel, which candidate will you be hiring and why?
So for this question, we can ask Susan to answer. And then for the other guy, we can ask John and corporate staffing, respectively.
I'll try my best to answer that one. It's a tough one, yeah? So you said candidate A has 2 years experience and candidate B has 3 years experience, right? And in terms of, you said skills? Education is not 100%. I might have a certificate that I, given a Cisco router, I'm not able to set up a VPN. The person who has 3 years experience can be able to do that, right? So we are weighing in more on the skills, right? What can you do? If I give you an exam or a project, are you able to, right? So it's the skill that comes first. The professional certification, I think it depends on the company. There are guys who really focus on, do you have the papers? Willing to train you on the actual hard skills, but it will take time, right? And so as an employer, I would pick the person who I know can do the job, right? But if I, so that would depend on the test that I would give. Yeah? I have to test. So the final test is what determines who will.
I would want to answer that question on how do we evaluate for soft skills, right? Because this is one of the things that we have on our side. So the first thing is to show what soft skills you have. We have to take you through an aptitude or personality test. People might say, oh, it's not true, but 100% of the time, 100% is a lot, 99% of the time, it says the truth. So if I'll take you through 10, 20, 30 questions that we'll be evaluating for that. So there's no way to be able to game the system in a way that it gives you this personality. And the reason for that is over a very short period of time. So not unless 2 years, 3 years, as you gain experience, as you is then through case exercise, situational questions, behavioral questions that will ask specific scenarios that will really allow me to, and those then will be able to evaluate for leadership, for communication, for organization, for problem solving, and all those different things. So even when you're answering these questions, always think through. So also do the same thing and put yourself in that situation as you're answering. That's ideally what most people use. And then finally, and that will tie to what are some of the hiring biases that I would want to see removed. Work, always. That's the one thing with recruitment. Good to find a way to not have to use your gut, because my gut might find me when I'm in a good mood or in a bad mood. And those are realities of being a human being. Yeah.
Probably just to add on the question on soft skill versus tech skills, I would say that all of them are important, but tech skills may land you a job, but soft skills will keep you on the job. For you to survive on the job again, now you need the soft skills. You need to be just like having a very strong engine, but then you need the to keep on steering your vehicle on the road. Otherwise, you're going to crash. When it says just maybe some contribution to that. How do we assess? For me, I think assessment of soft process. I have seen one common mistake people are doing these days. I don't know if it is because of attitude or not knowing. documents on an email, nothing. All right? Nothing absolutely. All right? It's ticket. Yeah? Dear recruiter or dear sales, that's a red flag. This person is not a really good person. All right? So you might wonder why you know how they think, how they behave. You know, yeah. So you can be able to tell. The other thing is that, you know, during interviews, even after you have done the assessment, person is this, you know, the way they communicate. Are they people who can accommodate others? We're talking about this young generation and their ability to accommodate others, the entitlement mentality. We need to go above that because we are very good in terms of hard skills. We know how to capture these things. You are talented, young people, and progress is something very simple. It's just a change of mindset.
Technical skills are teachable. At the time, they are not, because they are engraved in your personality. And I think Nelly said sometimes changing a personality is very hard. And it's dead sword, because you're in school, you're learning technical skills about these soft skills. And these soft skills, they're very important. Many asked about what are the HR changes we'd like to see. I think I'll take it back to the what employers, what industry players can also do. And one thing for me I'd like to see, shift our mentality and re-strategize our entry instead of experience. So you look at the person, does this person have potential? And I think maybe campus. They don't want the people who have been in the... They feel, which saying is this, samaki mkunje angali mbichi. Yeah, so they feel the younger you are, the better. So imagine if like Quer had almost 50. Every time new graduates leave, they can be able to be absorbed, even if it's just for internship.
So we could have gone on and on and on, because this recruitment story is always a very... How can they reach you? You can share your details, or how can they reach you so that they can continue this conversation? Only.
Okay, 2 ways. You want to send me your CV? I'm spelling it out because I know if I say it, you won't still be able to get it, yeah? SPSESE@angani.co. Just application for a job. Nothing else. Thank you.
Perfect. Form profile on Fuzu. So www.fuzu.com. Please ensure you create your profile aligned with your skill set, both soft skills and hard skills. So that's step number 1, while defining your CV, understanding what, maybe if you've been on the platform and you have. Finally, if you do want to, I will say as well, please do not send, here's my CV. We won't open it or anything else. Yeah.
3 ways also. The first one is, if you don't have a profile on, and sign up and upload your profile. That's brightermonday.co.ke. Have an AI career tool on the platform as well that you can interview prepping. There's an AI person who will help you, AI bot, before you talk to anyone. So that's the first way. The second way is, then I'll know what to do with it. So my LinkedIn is Rose. If you want to find me, just do Brighter Monday. You'll find me. I guarantee you. Connect. Please add a note. The way they're saying, don't just connect with me and we can connect from there. I think, yeah, it was only those.
So for those who are interested in maybe relocating to Germany or getting jobs, K-A-N-N-I. Okay, this is my name. Secondly, I'm in Nairobi until next week, Friday. So I'm happy to meet in person. If you want to meet me,
you can create a profile on our web system, which is hooray@excelon.co.ke. Excelon is excel on, one word, .co.ke. 60 20 71 0710.
Okay. So for me, two ways to reach me. First is LinkedIn. Drop me a note also so that I can be able to know what exactly you're. Well, so my email is caroline@corporatestaffing.co.ke. So you can be able to receive the vacancies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them one more round of applause. I really appreciate it. Anyways, I'm just joking. If you want anything, Vinto is my name. Handing it over to Naomi. Thank you.
Given us insights on the job market, how we can, and we really appreciate. At this point, we can give a round of applause to our panelists. I would like to reward you with a token of gift from Kanav plus Kevin. We really appreciate. We'll only spend at most 25 minutes, kindly, and then we'll be done.
At this juncture, we are going to call, so I'll call them, taking a maximum of 25 minutes. We have Brian Kipkoech in Kenya and Africa at large. So Brian will be coming, and then Garu and her team. Joy is solving up as designed a wearable solution that can somebody is at risk, and that one will. This is Brian to showcase.
Good evening, guys. The scientist at a bank, but I have a personal project that I would like to show. I was cohort 1 in AWS Restart, the Pauline and several other guys, and I'm really grateful to AWS for the opportunity. So, Flower Farm in Naivasha, as well as an hackathon conducted by AWS Restart at around 2020. The problem is that there's an unpredictable disease and weather that cripple yields, which leads to inefficient practices. And finally, we have fragments. One is an AI-powered crop disease detection. The second one is a hyperlocal weather forecast, and give them a more intelligent advice on what they need to do. Okay, thank you. So the AWS services used, AWS. So for the agent, we also have AWS SageMaker for the model. So we containerize the entire application and host it on AWS. So I'm going to take you through a demo, go through three simple solutions: the disease detection, the chatbot, and the weather API. So we'll do for roses. We're going to upload a simple file. You can add a note here, which is optionalized. Let's give, so the service that will give us these results. Hope I have internet. Okay. So there it is. It has Rose Rust. The confidence is 89%. that is going to give you everything to do with this particular disease. Symptoms, causes, prevention methods, treatment options, and additional information if you want. This user has been having. And you can start a new one. You can ask it anything you'd like. For weather, it's using a third-party API called Open Weather Map. So I hope it's focus on what is going to happen. You can change the location. You can add location here. You can see it's 31 degrees Celsius around that place. Sensors like soil tests and all that. You can have a one-stop shop for everything to do with, if you want one place where it gives you intelligent recommendation based on what you've been doing around the platform. So for example, spots. So the disease that's mostly affecting your farm, you'll get a recommendation on what you need to do. Say in Muranga, there's too much milk. Sometimes it's even being poured away. It can give you market opportunity.
Thank you so much, Brian. And agricultural issues. So now you know, and therefore, for all our problems in the future in Africa, we can give Brian a round of applause. Welcome, Joy.
And in this project, I work as the IoT engineer. Hi, everyone. Hi. Hi, Sharon. Yeah, so I work with FUN, and let me introduce you to this pendant. The pendant, those of us who watched the BBC expose to be sex slaves, who saw that expose? Who saw the expose? What did you feel? That moment of vulnerability. And even if anyone has a phone, mtu akiadaptiwa, time when you don't have a way to communicate with your emergency contacts after maandamano, there were Subaru boys, people, and then we get their bodies in, especially when they don't have their phone. And that's why we've created NAMI. So, anyone? Yeah, come. So when you're in a vulnerable situation, that's what you're going to press. And over the internet. So the microcontroller has a core. The server is hosted on EC2 server, and here via IoT core to the EC2 server. Kindly would you press the button for us? Let's say I've abducted you. The button, you can hold this now. When you press the button, we have a vibration module. So when it's sent, sorry. Yes, now you can press it. So, and the device ID is taken to the EC2 server, and the emergency contacts have received their his location. Yeah. And you need help, you just press the button, and when you press the button, your details are taken to the server. When so emergency contacts, think of it like the police, your parents. Maybe kuna baridi labda nimemuiba. The moment they receive, they can be able to and go get their person. Device. We might wonder, why would we want to have fast? You can be in a situation where you don't have your phone, or maybe umeibiwa, uko peke yako umepotea. Say like you decided to take. The best thing about this device, it can be placed anywhere in your body or in your clothes. Just attach it to your bag, or even if you're like abducted, I'm giving you a tip. I'm sure they won't steal it from you. name is Jengaru again, and this is Fanwisiani.
Joy, kuna watu wanauliza wanakupatia abductiwa. Joy has a solution. Unaitisha mtu wako na tunakutafuta.
Hi guys, good evening. Say ni evening, si ndio? Now, the file wana shida ya simu before. Sijui kama alikuwa CBD. Angekusaidia. She would have actually done. He is currently at Safaricom as an IoT story. This is big, eh? So let's give her hearty. She'll tell us how she was able to
Graduate, right? So I enrolled in a software course. With Moringa, and I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship. In tech, I think scholarship, yeah. So So I did that course in software. Then after that, supposed to pay your. Supposed to pay your bills. So what do you do? That is, I also know how to do software development. I decided to partner with someone who had established automations for electronics. And now the problem came in. Yes, I have these skills, I can do this, but where with myself out there, I started posting on TikTok, LinkedIn, Instagram. I started getting jobs with software engineering, building websites. I used to customize them in Kenya. Instead of anyone buying from China, we do them in Kenya. Then I decided to apply for that IoT job, and I got it. It started when I joined my AWS cloud. So when I joined it, I was able to have the practitioner certificate, and that again gave me the confidence to apply the role that I am today. So when I was joining the Restart program, I was fortunate enough and also to apply whichever skills that we had learned. That year there was a booming technology of AI. So I joined the company, a lot of systems that you must learn, and there's so many departments, like able to consolidate all those systems so that every employee can have an AI agent. So let's say you have one customer, why not have a single chat interface like that of ChatGPT, where you can connect it was an hackathon, and it became the leading innovation in Kenya. And also we are envisioning to expand it to other markets. Just a way of giving me the technical skills. It also gives of its scalability and reliability. And also in the future, AI, and also to do advanced certifications on the same space. Those who are beginning to join in the tech space, because I believe.
for her. Anyone with a question for her? Hamna maswali. Metishiwa yani. Hamna maswali. We are good, eh?
See how you can use the skills that you have to build something or to come up with something. Expose yourself. Make sure people know you know what you know. Okay? Then after that.
Yes, thank you. That was an inspiring success story. So I believe we are done with the. Has it been helpful? Network after this. Okay, so from my end and from program managers and also from the trainers and our regional coordinators, we'd want to appreciate that you've seen. I still hope that you're going to catch up with them if you'll want probably or analytics role, whichever role, please bring out to the others who do not have an opportunity and might want to also probably get a chance in your company you have an employment opportunity, please reach out to us, the community. So with that said, I'd want to welcome one person to lead us in a word of prayer, then we can end the day. Announcement before we call it a day.
Just before you step out, just before we leave, I had one of the alumni who came from Bungoma. So, and Quare trusted me to learn, share, help someone's life, improve someone, and also to say thank you to them for making time to come, interact, and help. Those of us who's trying to come up also find a way up. Have been awesome. And any other person who was working in the background who made this event successful. Tuseme event imeisha, tumemalizana. We are still...
We'll also have a photo session. So once we are done with prayers, we'll meet outside where we'll probably decide on where we'll have the one photo session. Any volunteer? Kuna stretch, sijui kama ni...
To depart, we pray, Jehovah God, that you may be with us on our way to our very
photo session.